entire thoroughfare leading to your office of the OVP. Tama po ba?
Yes po, pero
Balikan
dasal
ko po
ako.
yung tanong ko kanina, Miss Acosta. Ang sabi niyo po kanina, iniisip niyo na habang nag-encash, kung ma-hold up yung isa, may tira pang isa. Bakit hindi po kayo nagdala ng security to help you secure the huge amount of money and even your life, Miss Acosta? Of course, we're watching news, di ba? Cellphone lang, namamatay na. Small amount of money lang, namamatay na. How much more this 125 million pesos, which apparently do not belong to you, but belong to the government.
Kasi ang driver po namin, ma'am, ay member po siya ng BPSPG.
The driver is a member of the VP
SPG.
and you believe that being accompanied by that driver is enough for you to secure that money.
At that time, yan po ang
Yun
nasa
po iniisip
isip
nyo.
mo. Opo, ma'am.
Okay. Kanina po nabanggit nyo, tinutulungan kayo ng mga security guard.
Opo, ma'am.
In what sense? Ano pong tulong ang ibinibigay sa inyo ng mga security guard ng Land Bank?
Pag ang pera nasa land bank na, pag karga po from land bank to sasakyan, sila po ang
Ang tulong po nila sa inyo ay para lang sa pagkakarga ng pera.
Yes,
From the teller's counter papunta sa sasakyan.
Opo, ma'am.
Naalala niyo po ba kung sino itong mga security guard na ito?
Hindi ko maalala, ma'am, pero
Do we have representative from Land Bank here?
Yes, they're present. May we invite the representative of Land Bank to please take a seat in front.
To the statement made by the National Security Advisor speaking for the National Security Council dated 24 November 2024.
Mr. Chair, I wish to direct
National
the question
security pertains to the protection of our sovereignty, the safety of the Filipino population, and the preservation of our democratic institutions. The function of the National Security Council is confined to the formulation of policies and in furtherance of such pursuits, including crafting recommendations to the President. Therefore, I would like to see a copy of the notice of meeting with proof of service,
Mr. Chair,
the list of attendees, the photos
we direct
of the
question
meeting,
to the Land Bank
and the notarized minutes of the meeting where the council,
Could you please
present council or the past councils resolved to consider the remarks by a vice president against a president maliciously taken out of logical context as a national security concern. In addition, please include in the agenda for the next meeting my request to present to the Council the threats to my person, the OVP institution, and its personnel. As a member of the National Security Council, based on EO 115, December 24, 1986, I do not recall
Number one,
receiving
preparation of the
a
cash,
single
because
notice
during the
of meetings since 30 June 2022. Therefore, I request the NSA to please send to me the notarized minutes of all meetings conducted by the Council from 30 June 2022. If at all there is any, I want to review what the Council has accomplished so far
There are people
in terms
who
of
assisted
policies
her
and
also,
recommendations
Land Bank
for
Shopping
national
Mart.
security.
And
Gusto
even
malaman ng
in
taong bayan kung
putting
ano
police
ang ginagawa
packages, these
ng
bags,
National Security
in the
Council
cars or
at
vehicles of the OVP.
ng National Security Council.
Did you provided all those
Moreover,
assistance? Yes or no?
Please submit within
Yes or no?
24 hours an explanation in writing
Can you please enlighten
with
us?
legal
Kwentuhan niyo po kami.
basis
Ano pong
bakit
klaseng
hindi na
assistance ang
member
binigay niyo sa OVP?
ang Vice President sa National Security Council or bakit hindi ako nakakatanggap ng invitation ng meeting, whichever is applicable. And finally, I urge all the National
Sino pong
Security
naglalagay sa
Council
bags?
members and the Filipino
May-
people
Can you
to
still
demand
recall kung ilan po
transparency
kayo nandoon
and accountability
who were putting
from the
all these
personnel
bundles inside
of
the
the
bag?
National Security Council. Shukran.
Do you recall,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Acosta?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you recall Mr. Ortonio?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay. So,
And
after
yan,
they placed
kaya may
all
batas
these bundles
na bawal pag-usapan ng confidential
inside
funds.
four black bags,
Ulit na namin sinasabi sa House of Representatives.
Pero tama po yung testimony kanina na receive the testimony.
We will wait for Colonel na lang.
Next question, please. Last two. Maria, make it brief. Make it brief.
Yan said po na kung kanil po kadali ng plano pagpatay sa isang presidente, paano pa kaya sa pagkaraniwan ng mga mamayan? Kung ganyan kriminal na pagtatangka, hindi dapat sinapasok ang pas. Yan ay aking papalagahan, sabi ni PBB.
At least can you tell us ito po ba
Diba?
yung empleyado
Pumalagha yung buong bayan nung pinatay ng pamilya nila si Benigno Aquino Jr.
Next question.
Next question.
Ma'am,
Marcel.
na-verbalize niyo na po ba sa administration
you maintain your
sa
position?
Triad Academy?
Hindi.
Nabanggit po kasi.
Security
Yes,
guards
yes
ng
ma'am.
Land
Ay,
Bank.
hindi. Hindi pa
Sila
ma'am.
Miss Acosta sa paglalagay ng four
Nag-complain
bags
ako noon, if you can
inside.
remember, in the media, and then they
I wish to
dismissed
go
it.
back to Miss
Everything
Acosta.
is well documented with documents and videos.
Can you please
And
Yun po ang maalala ko.
nagsabi ang NSC ng National Security Concern ang
and she's saying that the security guards of Land Bank never assisted you in putting all those bags inside your vehicles.
Yun po ang maalala ko, ma'am.
Let's go to disbursement, Ms. Acosta.
Yes po.
I have another question for the bank manager. Ma'am, by policy, because you maintain your position na hindi tumulong ang mga security
of order
guard
para sa amin.
paglalagay
How can you
ng mga bags
ask
sa
a resource
sasakyan
person
nila, Ms.
without
Acosta?
giving
He said that.
Yes, Your
By
Honor.
policy po ba, inaalaw po ba talaga ang mga security guard to help the clients carrying these bags?
No, Your Honor.
That is a matter of policy.
Yes, Your Honor.
That. And if
Yes, Your
by
Honor.
policy
Security
guards will help the clients in carrying these bags contrary to your policy, ano pong
No, Your
mangyayari
Honor.
sa security guards? That is a matter of policy.
Yes, Your Honor.
And if the security
Ano
guards, I suppose that they're very much aware of the clients,
Yes, Your Honor.
would you know, ma'am, kung sino po itong mga security guards during the time?
May kasama po kami ngayong isa po.
May we know the name of these security guards?
Si Head Guard Nino Bora po.
Nandito po sila ngayon, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor.
Could you please identify yourself, yung mga security guard po na nandito?
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I'm Nino Bora, security guard from Sio Boulevard Branch.
How many security guards do we have here?
Your Honor, I'm Crisanto Lorena from different branch, from DepEd po.
From different branch. Okay. We have one.
So Nino Bora was the security guard at Shaw Boulevard Land Bank on December 20, 2022 when Ms. Acosta encashed the 125 million check. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kayo po ang duty nung mag-encash si Ms. Acosta.
Ako po yung duty pero hindi ko po maalala si Miss Acosta kasi normal po na maraming nagwi-withdraw po.
May naaalala po ba kayo na nung December 20 may tinulungan kayong kliyente para bitbitin ang bag?
Wala po.
Wala. Are you aware of that policy as shared by the bank manager? Alam niyo po ba yung polisiya ng bangko na ang mga security guard ay bawal tumulong sa pagbitbit ng bag?
100% po, yes.
100% you are aware.
Opo.
At kung humingi po ba sa inyo ng tulong, kunyari lang, si Miss Acosta, pakitulungan mo nga ako, bitbitin natin itong bag, ikarga natin sakyan. Tutulungan niyo po ba?
Hindi po.
Ano pong dahilan? Bakit hindi?
Kasi po yun yung utos ng aming manager po.
Because it is bawal.
Opo.
And if you go against the policy, what will happen to you?
Matatanggal po kami sa trabaho na.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to go back to Ms. Acosta. Ms. Acosta, this is 125 million. After encashment, you brought all of this to your office where you said you have 3 volts, 4-footer, 3 volts. Tama po ba?
Tama po, ma'am.
Okay. Magkano po kaya ang laman nung isang 4 feet na volt?
Magkakasya po ng 40 M.
40 M?
Opo.
Ang isang
40.
4 feet?
Ang isa, magkakasya po ang 40 M.
Kasya.
Opo.
Sikip, sakto.
Sakto-sakto lang po.
Sakto po. So kung meron po kayong 3 volt, nung wala pa po ba itong 125 million na ito? Wala bang ibang laman?
Kung meron po
yung 3
kayong
volt nyo?
3 volt,
Nung since part of your job as a special disbursing officer is the disbursement of this amount, please enlighten us.
since part of your
Paano
job
niyo po
as a special
ginastos,
disbursing officer
ibinayad,
is the
inirelease
disbursement
itong
of this amount,
125 million
please
pesos?
enlighten us. Since
Ganito
part
po
of
ang
your
paano
job
niyo
as a special
ginastos,
disbursing
Nang ma-encash na po ang kwarta, ang pera ay ang cheque, nag-inform po ang aking head of agency na i-release ko po sa aming security officer. So while on the way na po ako papuntang office, I called up the security officer informing him na na-encash ko na po ang cheque.
You informed the security officer?
Yes po, ma'am.
Can you please mention the name of the security officer? Si Colonel Nolasco din ho ba yan?
Hindi po, ma'am.
Sino po yan?
Si Colonel La Chica po.
Colonel
La
Lachica.
Chica.
Can you
Opo.
please enlighten the committee? Sino po ba si Colonel Lachica?
Si Colonel La Chica po ay, siya po ang ground commander ng aming BPSPGs na na-assign po sa Office of the Vice President.
Okay. So you inform Colonel Lachica that you have encashed already the check.
Yes,
How
ma'am.
about the physical handing of the money? Kailan po nangyari yan?
December 20 din po.
Magkano po ang binigay nyo kay Colonel Lachica?
Binigay ko po sa kanya lahat ang 125 million po.
At saan po dinala ni Colonel Lachica?
Yan ang hindi ko na alam, ma'am.
Sandali lang po. Anong oras po ba kayo nakabalik sa OVP?
Mga around 4 p.m.
4 p.m.
Opo.
How long did it take you to be able to organize the 125 million inside the 3 volts?
Actually, ma'am, hindi ko pa po nalagay sa aking vault. Kasi pagtawag ko kay Colonel La Chica, na na-encash na po ang cheque.
Kanina po sabi nyo, pinagsiksikan yung 125, di ba?
Hindi po, ma'am.
You
Ang-
said that.
Ang interpretation ko po noon, ma'am, kung na-encash ang cheque, saan ko ilagay. Pero on that withdrawal, ma'am, tinawagan ko agad si security officer.
Okay, so you are saying now that the money were never placed inside the 3 vaults. Yun po ba ang gusto nyo sabihin?
Yes, ma'am. Yung withdrawal na po yun, ma'am.
Okay, sabi nyo po 4 p.m. kayo nakabalik ng OVP. Kung hindi nyo po pinasok dito sa 3 vaults, saan nyo po nilagay?
Doon po sa isang office po na nandoon yung vault. Pero hindi pa nailagay sa vault. Ang bag nandoon lang
Kanino
sa
po
office.
bang office yung tinutukoy nyo? Is that your office?
Extension office ko po, ma'am, na ako lang ang may susi.
Extension office, kayo lang ang may susi. Okay. You just place them on the floor? Ganun ho ba yun?
Pinasok ko, ma'am, sa floor kasi nagsagot man agad si Colonel Lachica na coming siya. Kasi
Okay.
dyan naman lang siya sa kanilang opisina.
Saan po ba ang opisina ni Colonel Lachica?
Yung sa Camp Aguinaldo, yung kulay blue.
And how close is this to the office of the Vice President, ma'am?
Siguro mga 20 minutes o 30 minutes
20
makarating na
minutes
siya.
drive. Kung kayo po ay nakarating dito sa OVP at around 4 p.m. at pagkatapos nyo pong dumating, nilagay nyo sa extension office just on the floor, the entire 125 million, hindi nyo pinasok sa vault, anong oras naman po dumating si Colonel Lachica?
Mga 4:30 po.
4:30.
Yes po.
At ano pong ginawa nyo dito sa pera pagdating ni Colonel Lachica?
Nagpunta po kami sa office na yon, i-open ko yung office, tapos nirelease ko sa kanya ang 125 million at pinareceive ko siya sa kanyang, may listahan po kasi siyang binigay po sa akin, ma'am, considering na kami po ang gumagawa ng physical and financial plan. After mga 2 weeks, nagbigay na po siya ng advance copy ng kanyang request for funding. Ang tawag ko noon, listahan ng kanyang object of expenditures po.
Listahan ng
Object of expenditures po.
object of expenditures.
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay. So ito pong listahan ng object of expenditures ibinigay sa inyo ahead of your encashment.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you please enlighten us? Kwentuhan niyo po kami. Ano pong nakalista dun sa object of expenditures, please?
Object of expenditures, programs. Ano po, identify po yung mga programs or ano ang gawain niya. Tapos with
Ano po yung mga
corresponding amount.
programs, Miss Acosta?
Example po, yung program ng purchase of information, payment of rewards, na may kaakibat na po na
You
amount.
must be referring to the accomplishment report, Miss Lachica. Miss Acosta.
Yes po, yun po ang binigay niya sa akin, ma'am.
Pag sinabi niyo po bang object of expenditure, ang tinutukoy niyo po ba accomplishment report?
Dili, ang ibig
Yes or no, ma'am? Pag sinabi niyo po bang object of expenditure, are you referring to the accomplishment report?
Yes po.
Yes. Paano po kayo nagkaroon ng accomplishment report? Kaka-encash niyo pa lang.
Yun po ang binigay niya sa akin, ma'am. Kasi yung pong mga identified na object of expenditures, yan po ang ginagawa niya doon sa pag-implement po ng confidential
I
programs
understand,
and
Ms.
design.
Acosta. But if you will tell us that that object of expenditure pertains to the accomplishment report, I hope you are reminded, ang accomplishment report po ay saka ginagawa kapag fully implemented na lahat ng programs. Now, this brings us to a bigger question. Kaka-encash nyo lang? May accomplishment report na agad kayo? How can this be possible, Ms. Acosta?
Hindi pa po yung final na accomplishment report, ma'am. Ang basis
So,
ko lang po yun kung magkano po
Ilang
ang
klase
i-release
ho
ko sa
bang
kanya.
accomplishment report tayo meron? Isang final at isang hindi final? Is that what you want to tell us?
Yung binigay po niya sa akin is for me lang po at sa kanya. Para lang sa aming dalawa, ma'am. Hindi po yun yung final na accomplishment report after the implementation of the program under confidential funds po.
Okay, if you are saying that this is not yet final, then walk us through, enlighten us, narrate to us, ano ho bang pagkakaiba nung sinasabi niyong hindi final doon sa final?
Ang amount po, ma'am.
Amount.
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay, can you please be specific? Because we have here an accomplishment report for the last quarter of 2022. And since kayo naman po ang gumawa nito, and you prepared already for this hearing, I suppose, you are aware by heart kung anong laman ng accomplishment report na ito. Ano pong pagkakaiba nung hindi final sa final?
Yung amount po, ma'am. Example, yung payment of rewards.
Okay?
Tapos, yung...
Ano po yung hindi final na amount?
Yung amount...
Okay, to guide
Final-
Miss
Can I
Acosta, Secretariat, can we please flash the accomplishment report for the last quarter of 2022? At kung may sinasabi po kayong accomplishment report na hindi final, will you be generous enough to share it with us?
Wala po akong dala ngayon, ma'am.
Yes, but for the next hearing, will you be willing to submit it to the committee?
Yes po.
Yes. Okay. Miss Acosta, we have here the final, I suppose, because this was provided by the COA, accomplishment report for the last quarter of 2022. Ang sabi niyo po, sa amount lang kayo nagkakaiba.
Yes po.
Can you enlighten us? Bakit po nagkakaroon ng disparity sa amount?
Kasi po, example po yung payment of rewards, ma'am. Ang nilagay, hindi ako makakita.
Secretariat, can we provide instead a copy? You were pertaining to payment of reward. Ang nakalagay po dyan is 10 million.
Yes, ma'am.
Ano po bang nakalagay doon sa hindi final?
Ang nilagay lang po niya doon is 8 million po.
Okay. How about the purchase of information?
So far, ito lang po ang aking maalala, ma'am. Ma-confirm ko sa'yo na 8,000 lang po ang proposed object of expenditure na binigay sa akin ni Sir La Chica.
Ms. Acosta, with your object of expenditure, would you confirm with me na kung anong items ang nakasulat sa object of expenditure, yun din po ang nakasulat dito sa accomplishment report. The only difference is with respect to the amount. Tama ho ba?
Tama po.
Tama. At ang inyo pong sinusunod ay yung object of expenditure na binibigay sa inyo ni Colonel La Chica. Tama din po?
For releasing po.
For releasing.
Opo.
But nevertheless, who prepared the object of expenditure?
Si Sir La Chica po, ma'am.
Sir La Chica. Kung si Sir La Chica po ang gumagawa ng object of expenditure at yun po ang sinusundan nyo sa pagre-release ng confidential fund, tama po bang sabihin na si Colonel La Chica ang nasusunod sa preparation ng accomplishment report?
Yes po. Pag binigay niya sa akin ang final na accomplishment report po niya, ma'am, after po, maubos na ang pera at na-implement na niya lahat ng maayos ang activities.
I will remind you of your answer, Ms. Acosta. Ang sabi niyo po, si Colonel La Chica ang nasusunod sa preparation ng accomplishment report. Tama po?
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay. I wish to direct your attention to the left bottom portion of this accomplishment report. It says, prepared by Special Disbursing Officer, Gina F. Acosta.
Yes po.
Is this not contradictory to what you said na ang nasusunod ay si Colonel Lachica?
Pag final ko nito, ma'am, gibase ko po to sa binigay ni Sir La Chica na final accomplishment report. So, kinokopya ko lang po.
Ibig sabihin, kayo po ay tagagawa lamang ni Colonel Lachica.
Hindi naman po.
So ano pong ibig sabihin nyo? Na ang sinusundan nyo ay kung anong gustong ipalagay dito sa accomplishment report, which is based on the object of expenditures provided by Colonel Lachica.
Ang nilagay po niya sa object of expenditures po, ma'am, ay in connection na po sa aming prepare ng financial and physical plan po. Kasi kasama ko po siya paggawa ng financial and physical plan.
Financial and physical plan. Sino po bang gumagawa ng financial and physical plan?
Ang nagdradraft po, ang nag-prepare ako po at si Sir La Chica.
Okay. Ano po ba ang trabaho ni Colonel Lachica? Malapit na po akong malito. Malapit ko na pong isipin ang disbursing officer ay si Colonel Lachica.
Hindi po.
What is the designation of Colonel Lachica, please?
Siya po ang aming security officer.
And a security officer, ano ho bang trabaho ni Colonel Lachica? Is it her job to prepare the financial plan?
Hindi po.
Is
Siya-
it her job to prepare the accomplishment report?
In the financial po, siya po ang magbibigay sa akin ng information or guide kung ano po ang magiging confidential activities po in relation sa confidential funds po na gagamitin.
I hope you realize, Ms. Acosta, that you are the special disbursing officer.
Yes po, ma'am. Alam ko po.
And part of your job is to prepare the financial plan.
Yes po.
As a matter of fact, the financial plan does not bear at all the signature or the name of Colonel Lachica.
Yes po, pero sa kanya po ako humihingi ng inputs or information with regards to the implementation of all the projects included under confidential funds po.
If you're asking for the possible program, subject of expenditure, is it correct to say that you are soliciting some information only and not necessarily the one working with you in the preparation of financial plan? Magkaiba po yon.
Ang hinihingi ko po sa kanya, ma'am, is ano po, mga inputs po or guidance in preparation for the financial plan, especially related po sa confidential activities po.
Ms. Acosta, do you understand your job as a special disbursing officer?
Yes, ma'am.
This is very significant job
Yes, ma'am.
because it entails so much trust and confidence.
Yes po.
Because you are the one in charge of taking custody of the huge amount of money. Tama?
Yes, ma'am.
As a matter of fact, to ensure the fidelity of this money, nire-require pa kayo ng fidelity fund, bond.
Ban.
Tama po ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Then why do you keep on pointing to Colonel Lachica?
Kasi siya po ang may alam kung i-implement na po yung mga project under confidential plan funds.
Who will be responsible in case this money is misappropriated? Who will be responsible in case this money is lost? Who will be responsible in case this money went to the wrong person? Sino po ba ang magiging responsable?
Ako po.
Because you are the special disbursing officer and not Colonel Lachica.
Yes po.
Let's go back to the question. 125 million po yun. You were saying, ang object of expenditure is similar to the accomplishment report. The only difference is the amount.
Yes, ma'am.
Enlighten us. Ano ang laman ng object expenditure totaling to 125 million, reason why you fully turned over the entire amount?
Ang laman po ng binigay niya sa akin ng object of expenditures ay yun pong pamaraan kung ano ang ginagawa niya.
Can we please be specific? We're talking of huge amount of money, Ms. Acosta. This is 125 million. Of course, you realize the significance of this amount. And being the special disbursing officer, hindi mo ito basta ita-turn over kung hindi mo nakikita na well-tallied yung object of expenditure that you are referring to. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am. Pero may information na po ako na pag natanggap ko ang pera, ibigay ko po sa security officer namin.
Even without the object of expenditure?
Meron po.
Okay, let's go back to your object of expenditure. Kasi ako, Ms. Acosta, if I am the custodian of 125 million and I was directed to turn over this to a certain person, I will be very careful to make sure that whatever's in the list tally to the entire amount of 125 million. Now tell us, ano ang laman ng object of expenditure?
Ang laman po ng object of expenditures ay yun pong mga expected expenses sa pagpatupad po ng confidential
I
activities.
know. Can you please state the item? Kanina po, ang sabi nyo, purchase of information, payment of reward. Ituloy nyo po yun. You even said that there's a payment of reward, hindi nasunod yung 10 million. So magkano po ang nasunod?
Ito na pong accomplishment report na final, ma'am, yung gi-attach ko po sa liquidation report.
Okay. So, are you changing your answer now? Kasi kanina po ang sabi nyo, object expenditure is not yet final. Accomplishment report is final.
Yes po. Yes po.
So, are you
Iba po
referring
sila.
to two different documents, object expenditure and accomplishment report?
Yes po, yan po ang
Dalawa.
gusto kong iparating po.
And you were saying, ito na nga po yun. Ano bang ibig sabihin when you said, ito na nga po yun? What do you mean by that?
Ang binigay po sa akin ni Sir La Chica, hindi po ganito ang forma, ma'am. Simple lang po, ma'am.
Okay.
Para basis po ng aking release ng pera
Let me
para
go
sa
back
kanya,
to your
ma'am.
answer a while ago. Ang sabi niyo po kanina, Ms. Acosta, parehas ang items, the only difference is the amount.
Opo, pero hindi po ganito, ma'am. Simple lang po, ma'am.
Yes. Enlighten us. Magkano ang nakalagay sa purchase of information?
Less than 14 million po, ma'am.
Less than.
Opo.
Can't you remember the amount?
12 million po.
12 million. Payment of reward.
Ito po yung 8 million, ma'am.
8 million. Rentals.
Rentals of safe houses. Ito po ang malaki, ma'am.
How much?
Ito na po ang amount na nabigay niya sa akin doon sa kanyang
How much, Ms. Acosta?
16 million po.
16.
Opo.
Purchase of supplies.
Malaki po ito, ma'am. Nagiging 37 po.
37. Payment of incentives. No. Provision of medical and food aid.
Di ko na to maalala, ma'am. I'm sorry po, ma'am. Basta
Hindi mo
yung
maalala.
Basta yung tinali
Payment
po.
of incentive.
11 po.
11. Would you know whether this amounts would total to 125 million exactly?
Yes, ma'am. Gitotal ko po yun, ma'am. 120 million po.
You were able to check if the items and the amounts provided in the object of expenditure total to 125 million. You checked that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tanong, Ms. Acosta, what gave you the confidence? Ano ang nagbigay sa inyo ng lakas ng loob na ibigay ang buong 125 million kay Colonel La Chica, considering that he is not the accountable officer because it is you who is the accountable officer.
May approval po kay Ma'am Inday Sara.
And without the approval of the Vice President, will you give that to Colonel La Chica?
Hindi po.
Do you know Colonel Lachica?
Yes po, kasi siya po ang aming ground commander
How
ng
long
BPSC.
have you known Colonel Lachica?
Yung na-employ po ako after 3 months, yung na-employ po ako sa OBP, ma'am.
How long have you known? Since 2022?
Yes po, ma'am.
Do you trust Colonel Lachica?
I trust Sir La Chica kasi ginatrust po siya ng aking head of office na
In
si Ma'am
other
Inday Sara.
words, the only reason why you are giving your trust to Colonel Lachica is because of the instruction of the Vice President.
Yes,
Tama po
ma'am.
ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Without the instruction of the Vice President, you will never give the entire amount of 125 million to Colonel Lachica.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you realize also, Ms. Acosta, that as disbursing officer, there is a rule under PD 1445, bawal i-transfer ang disbursement sa ibang tao.
Pero ang boss ko po kasi ay si Ma'am
Please
Inday.
answer the question, ma'am.
Yes,
Under PD 1445, unauthorized transfer of disbursement is prohibited. Are you aware of that?
yes, ma'am.
And what you did is an unauthorized transfer. Tama po?
Yes po, ma'am, pero may...
In other words, you are liable for the unauthorized transfer of that money which is due for your disbursement. Tama po?
Tama po, ma'am. Pero...
Are you aware also that kung ito pong perang ito ay mapupunta sa mga hindi matitino na government officials at gagamitin for purpose other than its confidential purpose, you can be held liable for
Yes po.
malversation of public funds by negligence.
Yes, alam ko po, ma'am. Pero nanaig po ang aking belief na may trust po ako kay La Chica dahil po authorized po siya ni Ma'am Sara Duterte.
And are you aware also that what Colonel Lachica did is he usurped
Ano po?
your authority as special disbursing officer? Ang ginawa po ni Colonel Lachica ay pinakialaman na yung trabaho na dapat ay sa inyo. We call that usurpation of authority.
Kasi po wala po akong alam kung paano po i-implement ang mga confidential activities po, ma'am. Si
Bakit
Sir La
po-
Chica lang po ang may alam.
Sandali po, bakit po wala kayong alam? You are the special disbursing officer. You prepare the financial plan. You are a signatory in the disbursement. You prepare the liquidation. You certify. You prepare the accomplishment report. Bakit wala po kayong alam?
Wala po akong alam sa pag-implement po ng confidential activities po. Dahil po, hindi ko po yan in-line sa aking pinag-aralan, ma'am.
But as the special disbursing officer, of course you realize you have the function of disbursing the fund.
Yes po, pero may utos po sa akin na ibigay po kay Colonel La Chica. Kasi siya po ang expert, siya po ang may kaalaman kung paano po i-achieve ang mga confidential activities na safely and hindi po magulo.
Would you know, Ms. Acosta, kung saan po dinala ni Colonel La Chica yung 125 million?
Di ko po na po alam, ma'am, kasi sa kanya na po yun discretion kung
Hindi po niya discretion yun, ma'am.
kaya sa kanya na po yung
Please
trabaho.
understand, kayo po ang special disbursing officer. You're supposed to be the person doing the payment of this amount to various payees. Hindi po ito discretion ni Colonel Lachica, ma'am. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Ano nga po ulit trabaho ni Colonel Chika?
Siya po ang
Head
ng aming BPSPG at siya po ang inatasan as security officer po ng Office of the Vice President.
And of course, you will agree with me, iba po ang trabaho ng security officer sa trabaho ng special disbursing officer. Tama po ba? As a matter of
Yes,
fact,
iba
kaya
po.
po kayo'y banded. Kaya po kayo nire-require ng fidelity fund is
Yes.
to take care of these public funds. Si Colonel Chika po ba? Covered po ba siya ng fidelity bond?
Hindi po, ma'am.
I don't think so because it's not part of his job to disburse public funds.
Pero siya po ang may alam, ma'am, lalo na pag-implement sa mga confidential activities po, ma'am. Just like surveillance and monitoring po. Kung okay po ba dyan, itayo, example, yung satellite office.
Even when he is aware of the implementation of the surveillance activities, you, as a special disbursing officer, should be the one actually paying all the recipients. Do you understand, Ms. Acosta?
I understand po, ma'am.
Then why did you give all the money to Colonel Chica?
Because po may utos po si Ma'am Inday Sara na sa kanya ko po i-release. Kasi siya po ang nakakaalam kung paano po i-implement ang mga programs and activities in line po sa confidential fund. Siya
Okay.
po ang surveillance and monitoring po. Sa kanya po yun, wala po akong alam.
Ms. Acosta, I hope you realize that it is incumbent upon you as the special disbursing officer to know all the recipients of the entire 125 million. And it is totally wrong to say na wala kayong alam. Because in the first place, trabaho nyo po to disburse these funds to the various number of recipients. Let us proceed to liquidation report. Secretariat, kindly flash the liquidation report. What is the purpose, Ms. Acosta, of the liquidation report?
To liquidate the funds granted on confidential funds po. Ililiquidate po.
Ililiquidate, and by liquidate, we need to gather proof that indeed the entire amount was utilized for the intended purpose. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
What is your participation in this liquidation report?
Yung binigay na po sa akin ni Sir La Chica ang acknowledgement
Ms. Acosta,
receipt.
please be directed to the left bottom part of the liquidation report.
Correctness of the above data po, ma'am.
Do you understand what that means?
Yes po, ma'am.
Ano pong ibig sabihin nun?
Na ang pundo po ay nagamit ng maayos sa pamagitan po ng pagkuha ng mga acknowledgement receipt po na galing po kay Sir La Chica.
You mentioned about acknowledgement receipts. Pag-usapan po natin yan. As a special disbursing officer, part of your job is to certify the correctness of the above data, and that includes the acknowledgement receipts that you mentioned. You agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Based on examination, Ms. Acosta, mayroong 700 na acknowledgement receipts. May signature, pero walang printed name. In other words, we could not hold anyone accountable for the given amounts. What can you say about that? 700 mahigit na acknowledgement receipts. May signature, pero walang printed name, so you cannot tell who the recipient really is. Do you think, given that situation, you certified the correctness of the data?
Kasi
Yes or no?
yes, ma'am.
And do you believe that that is correct? Hindi
Yes.
mo alam kung sino ang recipient?
Kasi yan po ang binigay sa akin ni Sir La Chica, ma'am.
Again, please be directed by the certification at the bottom right of this document. Gina Acosta, certifying to the correctness of the above data, and that data includes the acknowledgement receipts. How did you certify correct the 700 plus acknowledgement receipts which bear unreadable signatures and does not bear the printed name of the recipients? Tama po ba yon?
Sa paningin ko, ma'am, ang maka-answer po ng maayos ay si Sir La Chica po, ma'am.
Sa paningin niyo po bilang Special Disbursing Officer, tama po ba na ang acknowledgement receipt ay wala kang pagkitaan ng pangalan? Tama po ba yun?
Kasi po ang alam ko
Please
po,
answer the question, Ms. Acosta. I believe that the question is answerable by yes or no only. Kayo po ang Special Disbursing Officer and you said from this liquidation report, I'm certifying to the correctness of the above data. 700 plus acknowledgement receipts with signature, unreadable, and without printed name. Tama po ba na i-certify na tama yung 700 mahigit na acknowledgement receipts na yon? Tama po o mali?
tama po, ma'am.
Tama?
Yes po, ma'am.
Kahit wala pong pangalan?
Kasi po, ang makasagot po niyan ng maayos, ma'am, pwede po si Sir La Chica.
Okay, let's do this by way of hypothetical question. Kayo po ang accountable disbursing officer. Ibig sabihin, kayo po ang may pananagutan sakaling mawala, may mangyaring hindi tama, dito po sa 125 million. I hope you anchor your answer on the fact na kayo po ang mananagot doon sa 125 million as a special disbursing officer. Tama po ba nag-release kayong pera? Tapos yung acknowledgement receipt, walang pangalan ng recipient. Tama po o mali? Kung kayo po ang mismong magre-release ng pera, kayo po ba'y papayag na walang printed name ang acknowledgement receipt?
Pwede po, ma'am, itanong po kay Sir La Chica po kung
No,
ano
the
po ang
question,
nangyari.
Ms. Acosta, is hypothetical, no? Kung sakali lang pong kayo mismo ang nagbigay doon sa 700 na tao yon, kayo po ang accountable disbursing officer, papayag po ba kayo na yung 700 na yon, tatanggap ng pera, tapos hindi nyo alam kung anong mga pangalan nila? Yun po ba ay tama o mali? You said already that it was Colonel La Chica who did the disbursement. Naintindihan ko na po yun.
Opo, ma'am.
Pero ang sitwasyon po natin ngayon, let us assume na kayo ang magre-release ng pera. Papayag po ba kayong mag-release ng pera na hindi sinusulat yung printed name ng pagbibigyan nyo ng pera?
Siguro po, nangyari po yun dahil po sa voluminous na transaction, ma'am.
Ms. Acosta, the question is answerable only by tama o mali. We are talking about 700 plus acknowledgement receipts. May signature, walang printed name, walang pagkitaan ng pangalan ng recipients. Kung kayo po ang magre-release nito, papayag po ba kayo na walang printed name ang tumanggap?
Hindi po, pero depende po sa sitwasyon,
You have
ma'am.
given your answer already. Ms. Acosta, let's proceed to the next category of acknowledgement receipts. Mayroon naman pong 300 plus. May signature, may printed name, pero hindi naman mabasa yung printed name. In other words, wala din pong pagkitaan kung sino ang recipient. Again, on the assumption na kayo po ang magre-release ng perang ito sa recipient, papayag po ba kayong i-release itong perang ito na hindi nyo nakitang nakasulat ang pangalan ng recipient?
Nag-trust po ako kay Sir La Chica, ma'am.
Ms. Acosta, let us answer the question po. I understand na ang sabi nyo po si Colonel Lachica ang nag-release.
Yes po.
On the assumption only, kunyari lang po kayo ang magre-release. Andyan yung recipient. 300 mahigit po to. Papayag po ba kayo na hindi nyo mabasa ang mga tunay na pangalan ng pinagbibigyan nyo ng pera?
Kung ako po ang nagbigay, hindi po ako papayag.
Hindi kayo papayag. Now, let us go to the acknowledgement receipt with the recipient whose name is Mary Grace Piatos. Do we still have that slide, Secretariat? Can we please share it? I wish to believe na nakita nyo na po ito during the previous hearings. Again, hypothetical question ulit. Kung kayo po ba ang magre-release ng pera to a name, Mary Grace Piatos, kayo po ba ay papayag?
Papayag po ako, ma'am. Meron naman pong Piatos na apelyido.
Do you know Mary Grace Piatos? Do you know Mary Grace Piatos?
Wala po. Hindi ko po siya kilala, ma'am.
But you said na papayag kayo kasi may apelidong Piatos. Saan ho ba kayo nakakita ng apelidong Piatos?
Meron po sa amin sa Davao, ma'am.
Meron po na apelidong Piatos. I will be interested to know, Ms. Acosta, kung sino po yung mga taga Davao na may apelidong Piatos. But do you honestly believe na meron pong Mary Grace Piatos?
Yes, ma'am. Sa Davao po meron.
Meron.
Opo.
Bakit po kaya hindi siya lumulutang? I am reminded by the pledge of, I believe, the Young Guns who contributed money to raise 1 million, asking Mary Grace Piatos to come out to the open. Bakit po kaya walang lumulutang? If indeed mayroong Mary Grace Piatos sa Davao.
Kasi po, nagbibase lang po ako sa binigay po ni Sir La Chica na mga binalik
Ms.
niya sa
Acosta,
akin.
kindly answer the question po. Ang sabi niyo po kanina, mayroong Mary Grace Piatos.
Piatos po ang sinabi ko, ma'am, na apelyido.
Nonetheless, kayo po ba'y naniniwalang mayroong Mary Grace Piatos? In the first place, kayo po dapat kaharap nito eh. Dahil kayong special disbursing officer. But you kept on claiming that you handed the entire amount to Colonel Lachica. Kaya hindi nyo alam kung ano nangyari doon sa pera. O ito na po ang consequence. Ipinagtiwala nyo ang disbursement sa hindi naman accountable officer. How will you answer now to that acknowledgement receipt? Paano nyo po ngayon ipapaliwanag yan? Kayo po ang accountable officer and you're bound to explain who is Mary Grace Piatos.
Hindi po talaga ako maka-explain yan, ma'am, kasi hindi po ako ang nagpapipirma po, ang nag-execute po ng acknowledgement na yun, ma'am. Si Sir La Chica po.
You said ang nag-execute po ng acknowledgement ay si Sir Lachica. Sino pong pumerma dyan?
Siya lang po ang makakaalam, ma'am.
Si Colonel Lachica lang ang nakakaalam.
Yes po, kasi siya po ang nag-execute ng acknowledgement receipt po.
Ms. Acosta, ako po'y gusto ko pong maawa sa inyo kasi while you entrusted the entire amount of 125 million to Colonel Lachica, who is not an accountable officer at all, I hope you realize, kayo po ang mananagot sa buong 125 million. Are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am. Aware po ako.
Balikan ko po si Mary Grace Piatos. Anchoring my question on your statement na may mga piatos sa Davao City. In spite of the pledge of 1 million by Young Guns, kung talaga pong may Mary Grace Piatos, I believe 2 weeks na ang nakaraan, but wala po kayang nagpapakilala na Mary Grace Piatos?
Piatos lang po ang sinabi ko, ma'am.
Ano po yun?
Piatos lang po na apelyido ang sinabi
Yes,
ko.
but you said that there are piatoses in Davao City. May mga piatos sa Davao. Kung hindi nyo man po talaga personally kilala that certain Mary Grace, bakit po kaya walang lumulutang kung talagang may Mary Grace piatos, magkakaroon ho siya ng 1 milyon na walang kahirap-hirap. Would you agree with me if I would say? The reason kung bakit walang lumulutang ay dahil wala naman talagang Mary Grace Piatos. Tama po ba?
Di po ako maka-say ng yes or no, ma'am, kasi si Sir La Chica po ang nag-execute po, ang nagpapapirma po
No.
ng acknowledgement
Ms.
receipt.
Acosta, I'm not asking you about the personality of Mary Grace Piatos. This is a hypothetical question again. Having stated na may mga piatos sa Davao and considering na nag-pledge ng Young Guns ng 1 million, tatanggapin ni Mary Grace Piatos. The only condition is magpakilala siya. Ako si Mary Grace Piatos. Tama po bang sabihin na kaya walang lumulutang na Mary Grace Piatos ay dahil ang totoo, wala naman talagang Mary Grace Piatos? Tama po o mali?
Yun po ang answer
Tama
ko,
po o
ma'am.
mali, Miss Acosta?
Siguro, tama po yun, ma'am.
Okay. Now let's proceed to that acknowledgement receipt with the name Kokoy Villamin. Sino po si Kokoy Villamin?
Ganun pa rin, ma'am. Di ko po siya kilala.
Secretariat, please flash again the AR.
Natanggap po lang kaling kay ano.
Mr. Chair.
Madam Vice President.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Acosta has been crying since this hearings started because of her fear and a lot of other things. Can we just give her some air?
1 minute suspension is declared by the chair. Comsec, magpatawag ka nga ng medical. Okay na po kayo, Ma'am Acosta?
Na po, sir.
Okay na.
Salamat po sa rest.
Mr. Chair, may I seek guidance from the Chair?
Yes, Congressman. Ay, ma'am, ay sir, wala pa pong ano tayo. Hindi pa po tayo nag-resume. Yung medic, asan yung medic? Hearing resumes. Congressman Marcoleta, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that our rules of procedure in aid of legislation includes suppletorily the use of the rules of court. Under the rules of court, Your Honor, which are the rules being used in the courts of law, hypothetical questions are not allowed to be asked. Are we supposed to insist on asking hypothetical questions?
Could you please be specific, Congressman Marcoleta?
It's very specific, Mr. Chair. The witness is being asked hypothetical questions. These are disallowed in the courts of law. If you're using the rules of court suppletorily, what is the purpose of asking hypothetical questions?
Under our internal rules, the rules of procedure governing the proceedings before the Committee on Good Government under Section 16, it provides that rules of procedure and evidence in any meeting of the committee, the rules of evidence prevailing in courts of law or equity shall not be controlling, and the committee shall use every and all reasonable means to ascertain the facts in each case speedily and objectively without regard to technicality of law or procedure.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're talking of facts.
All in the
We're
intent.
not talking about hypothetical situations here. We're not supposed to be getting facts out of speculations. We cannot speculate on the questions that should be asked and answered. This will not benefit the committee, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Noted, Congressman Marcoleta. Please
Mr. Chair.
continue with the...
Mr. Chair. Hindi,
Congressman
dagdag lang po na
Manuel.
response, Mr. Chair, since always po ini-invoke na kung ano yung dapat na conduct ng committee, ano yung bounds ng mga discussions natin. Mr. Chair, again, ang ginagawa po natin ay in aid of legislation at hindi po tayo makakagawa ng mga batas, hindi natin maaral yung pwedeng maging mga batas kung hindi natin pag-uusapan yung mga posibleng scenarios kahit hindi pa nangyayari, Mr. Chair. We can't have good laws kung hindi natin pag-uusapan paano yan pwedeng ipatupad, paano yan pwedeng maabuso, which means yung nagiging line of questioning na ating colleagues are essential to the conduct of our proceedings sa komite. Ilang, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is the problem of non-lawyers. They insist on something that should not be done.
Noted,
Thank you.
Congressman Marcoleta.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes, Madam Vice President.
Can I answer as head of agency of the
Ano po,
Office of the
Madam?
Vice President? Can I answer as head of the agency of the Office of the Vice President as well
With respect to the...
to the comment manifestation of Congressman Marcoleta, sir?
No, you are not allowed. Please continue, Congresswoman Luisto.
Ms. Acosta, ano po ba ang nararamdaman nyo? Of course, I'm concerned about you. Ano po yun?
Nanginginig po, ma'am.
Bakit po kayo nanginginig? Bukod po sa nanginginig, ano pong nararamdaman nyo? Hindi naman po ako sumisigaw.
Kasi po, wala po talaga akong alam kung sino po yun, si Kukoy Villamin, si Grace Piatos po. Kasi po, si Sir La Chica po ang nasa ground po. Siya po ang nagpipipirma. Nag-base na lang po ako sa sinaol, sa binalik niya sa akin Na acknowledgement receipt po, ma'am.
Pero ma'am, I hope you acknowledge na yun pong sinasabi niyong ginawa ni Colonel Chica. Yun po'y trabaho niyo as a special disbursing officer.
Yes, ma'am. Pero may utos po ang aking boss, ma'am, na i-release ko po kay Sir La Chica, ma'am.
I heard you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
We will just proceed with the question. Tell me pag hindi nyo na po kaya, I will stop. Ano po? You just answer from what you believe is true to yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Punta po tayo kay Kokoy Villamin. Do you know this person?
Wala po talaga akong alam, ma'am.
Wala po kayong alam.
Yes po, ma'am.
Surname Villamin. May kilala po ba kay sa Davao na Villamin?
Wala po akong alam, ma'am. Wala po akong kilala, ma'am.
Okay. So you cannot answer with respect to the identity of this Kokoy Villamin. Mr. Chair, do we have the NBI here as well as the PSA? They are not yet here.
Not yet here.
But I believe that
We have submitted the acknowledgement receipt. In process daw po.
okay. Ms. Acosta, do you confirm that the 125 million for the last quarter of 2022 was utilized from December 21 to December 31 as stated in the records?
Yes, ma'am. Based po sa binigay sa akin ni Sir La Chica
Okay.
na accomplishment report at saka acknowledgement receipt po.
Ms. Acosta, this is 125 million spent in, I believe 10 days nga po ito eh. Hindi 11 days. Kasi under the law, when we count, we exclude the first, we include the last. So if we count from December 21 to December 31, this will be equivalent to 10 days. Tanggalin po natin yung sinasabi ni Chairman Acop na holiday, 3 days, in other words, 7 araw na lang po. Can you please enlighten us? Paano po kaya naubos, naibayad, na-disburse ni Colonel Chica yung buong amount ng 125 million in 7 days?
Ma'am, hindi po ako makasagot niyan, ma'am. Kasi hindi po ako ang naggastos. In reality po, ma'am. Si Sir La Chica po ang may alam, ma'am.
Ma'am, you were the special disbursing officer of Davao from 2019 to 2022. And then you became the disbursing officer of the OVP. So kagaya po ng sabi nyo kanina, you have mastered already the process of utilization of confidential fund. Isang tanong lang po, posible po ba ito na ang 125 million ay magastos sa nalolooban lamang ng 7 weekdays?
Hindi ko po alam, ma'am. Kasi hindi po ako ang personal gastos
Ms.
po sa
Acosta,
pera, ma'am.
the question is based on your experience as SDO. Sabi niyo po kanina, 3 years kayong naging SDO ng Confidential Fund in Davao City. You even said you have mastered already the process of utilization. Ayon po ba sa karanasan ninyong yun po bang 125 million? Kaya po bang gastusin yun sa loob ng 7 weekdays, araw na may pasok lamang? Base po sa inyong karanasan, kaya po o hindi?
Hindi ko yan masagot, ma'am. Kasi hindi po ako ang nag-disburse na 125 million, ma'am. Si Sir La Chica po, ma'am.
Ms. Acosta, our question is based on your experience.
Hindi po ganun ang confidential fund sa Davao, ma'am. Hindi po ganun kalaki, ma'am.
In other words, ayon po sa inyong karanasan bilang confidential fund ng Davao 2019 to 2022, hindi kaya gastusin ang 125 million in 7 days. Tama po ba?
Hindi po ako makasabing tama, ma'am, kasi hindi po ganyan ang confidential fund sa Davao, ma'am.
Ma'am, the question is based on your experience. kung ito po ba'y dadalhin natin doon sa sitwasyon nyo bilang SDO ng Davao. Kaya po kaya yun?
Hindi ko,
Gagastusin?
hindi ko masagot, ma'am.
Okay. Now let us proceed to the certification. The Secretariat, please flash. May we know, Ms. Acosta, who prepared the certification? Secretariat, please flash the document. May we know who prepared this certification, Ms. Acosta?
Ako po, ma'am.
Kayo po. You confirm the authorship of the signature above the name Gina F. Acosta sa inyo pong perma ito?
Yes po, ma'am.
Yes. And the document says, on the first paragraph, we certify that the amount of 125 million was incurred in connection with safe implementation of OVP initiatives and confidence building. Ms. Acosta, ano po ba yung confidence building?
Yan po yung isa po yun sa programa ng OBP na kung paano po ma-implement ang isang programa na maayos po at safety po.
Yun po ba ang ibig sabihin ng confidence building?
Yan po ang pagkaalam ko, ma'am.
Can you explain further? Pag sinabi po bang confidence building, ano po bang ibig sabihin nun? Is it synonymous to confidential activities? Pares po ba iyon?
Pwede po mag-ask ako sa aking lawyer, ma'am.
Yes po. Secretariat, can we provide a copy of the certification to Ms. Acosta?
One minute suspension is declared by the chair.
Ikaw ba sunod sa akin? Pero papawisan ako.
Sa ibang officers na lang.
Sabi mo. Committee hearing resumes. We excuse Gina Acosta para po ma-check po siya
I
ng mas
understand, Mr.
maigi
Chair.
sa clinic. Yes.
Can I have few questions only for Mr. Ortonio?
Yes, please continue.
Mr. Ortonio, would you confirm kung may vault nga sa OVP, specifically in the extension office of Ms. Acosta?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Chair,
Yes,
maybe
you are
before-
recognized, Mr. Ortonio.
Thank you, sir. Maybe before I answer the question of Honorable Luistro, would it be possible if I can provide an explanation first on my absence last week?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, it's all about
Congressman
supposedly it's all
Paduano.
about admin matters. So we'll discuss this later. Especially, Mr. Tenorio is under contempt. No?
Ortonio.
So Ortonio, is under contempt.
Yes. Just answer
Thank you,
the
Mr.
query
Chairman.
of Congressman Luistro.
I cannot confirm, Honorable Luistro, if there is actually 3 vaults because it's only Miss Gina Acosta who has knowledge on the vaults that are inside the room that she mentioned earlier.
Are you saying that there are vaults but you are not certain as to the number of them?
Yes, that's correct.
So you confirm that there are vaults, you are just not certain whether there are 3
Three.
or otherwise.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Would you know who, aside from Ms. Acosta, is aware about the vaults in her extension office?
As far as I know, Your Honor, it's only Miss Acosta.
It's only Ms. Acosta. But how then did you get an idea that there are vaults, only that you're not certain about the number?
I knew about the vaults, Your Honor, because of the fact that she is the special disbursing officer and that there are funds that were going to be placed in the office. That's as far as I know.
Is it automatic that if the person is the SDO, she has to be in her custody vaults where she can secure the money?
Yes, that's my understanding po.
So, are you inclined to believe na ang mga SDO, normally they're keeping vaults inside their office?
It can be keeping vaults, Your Honor, or parang cash register, or a safe place where they can place the money that are entrusted to them.
Mr. Ortonio, since you were named by Ms. Acosta as the one who was with her during the time that she encashed the check, can you please walk us through? Paano po ba kayo nag-encash ng cheque? Let's start with paano ho nakapag-prepare ang Land Bank Show Boulevard that amount of 125 million, which I believe is beyond the normal cash that they're maintaining in their vault?
Based on the information that I know of, first is that the cash division informs Ms. Acosta that the check is already available and that it's ready for encashment.
Who heads the cash division?
At that time, it's Ms. Carmelita Warren.
Carmelita Warren. Okay. Please proceed.
Yes, after the information to Ms. Gina Acosta that there's already a check and ready for encashment. At that time, nung first time that she withdrew the money, she messaged me. She approached me, sorry. She approached me and then asked if I can accompany her. And then,
How many times have you accompanied Ms. Acosta?
as far as I can remember, in all of the withdrawals that she have, the times that she withdrew money from the bank.
So since she is an SDO for confidential fund, you're referring to the withdrawals of confidential fund.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Would it be correct to say that for the OVP, 4 na beses mo siya sinamahan? And that pertains to the 125 million of the last quarter of 2022, and then 125 million each for the 3 quarters of 2023.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor, as far as I can remember.
And would you confirm kung itong 4 na checking ito, lahat sa Land Bank Show Boulevard na in cash?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go back to December 20, 2022. Anong oras nyo po nakuha yung cheque sa cash division?
I do not know what time Miss Gina was able to get the check from the cash division. It's Miss Gina po who got the check from the cash division.
What time did you leave for Land Bank Show Boulevard?
If I can remember it right, during that occasion, we left the office in time that when we arrived at Land Bank, parang towards the end of the banking hours already. So maybe
So
around
that
3
is
o'clock.
3 o'clock.
Around 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. And how long did it take before the bank teller was able to encash the 125 million?
Based on my recollection, upon arrival at the bank, the money is already available, but it took a little bit of time just to count the money.
So can you please enlighten us? From 3 p.m., anong oras po kayo natapos?
More or less, siguro, Your Honor, maybe after 30 minutes.
So
maybe.
3:30. At 3:30, tama po ba sabihin yung pera nasa loob na ng 4 na malalaking bag?
Yes, by that time.
3:30.
Yes, per my recollection, but I cannot be exact on the time.
Mr. Ortonio, I believe that may we know where the OVP's office is?
It's in Mandaluyong po.
Mandaluyong. How close is this to Shaw Boulevard?
Shaw Boulevard, Land Bank Shaw Boulevard to the office around 20 minutes.
So
probably.
20 minutes?
Yes.
So tama yung sinasabi ni Ms. Acosta that around 4 p.m. they've arrived already at the office.
Office. That's correct.
And she placed all the money inside her extension office. Balikan po natin yun sa bangko. There are contradictory statements po. Ang sabi po ni Ms. Acosta, tinulungan po sila ng mga security guard magkarga ng 4 na bags sa inyong 2 sasakyan. Which earlier, the bank manager and the security guard during that time denied. Ano pong totoo, Mr. Ortonio?
Based on my recollection, Your Honor, what I can remember is that Land Bank Shaw was able to provide a parang yung parang trolley, and then they helped us put it in the parang trolley and then wheel it out of the bank. That's what I can remember.
So there are three versions now. Miss Acosta's version, tinulungan ng security guard magbuhat. The security guard's version, hindi tinulungan. And your version, you were provided with trolley.
That's what I can remember.
Assuming, Mr. Ortonio, that there is really a trolley, sino pong nagbuhat papunta sa trolley?
Again, as I can remember, it's coming from Land Bank po. That's what I can
So-
remember.
You are saying that there were people from Land Bank who helped you put all these bags on the trolley?
That's what I can remember.
And then what did they do with the trolley?
They wheeled it out of the bank and then helped in transferring to the vehicle.
Who actually placed the bags from the trolley to the vehicles?
Unfortunately, Your Honor, I could not remember. At the time that it was placed inside the car, I think I was still inside the bank. So I really
Why
could not
were you
remember.
inside the bank?
At that time, Your Honor, if I can remember it right, I was having a little bit of conversation with Miss Violi,
Who is Miss Violi?
the
The
land
bank manager. And will you be generous enough what you were conversing during that time? That is have something to do with how you will carry the bag to the vehicle?
I cannot recall anymore the conversation that we've had.
Yes. How many bags were placed in the car where you seated?
All 4 bags were placed inside the car that I rode in.
Is that so?
Yes, that's correct.
That's another contradiction to the statement of Ms. Acosta.
Your Honor, if I may, if my memory serves me right, Miss Gina wasn't able to mention where the bags were placed.
No. What she said, kung ma-hold up yung isa, may tira pang isa. Which leads me to one conclusion, that the 4 bags were parted between the 2 vehicles. Otherwise, she will not be saying na may matitira pang isa kung sakaling ma-hold up yung isa. I'm just trying to manifest the contradiction in your statements.
Yes.
But I don't mind really if that's what you recall.
Yes. Respectfully, Your Honor, that's what I recall, and Miss Gina wasn't really able to mention which vehicle the bags were placed.
And do you confirm her statement that you separated in 2 cars?
Yes,
You
that's
seated
correct.
in one car and you seated in the other car.
That's correct, Your
So
Honor.
would you confirm the statement of Ms. Acosta that she was instructed by the Vice President to give the 125 million to Colonel Lachica?
Unfortunately, Your Honor, I am not privy to that arrangement between Miss Acosta and the Vice President.
One minute to just declare.
Mr. Chair, Gina Acosta was rushed to the emergency room, so may I ask permission to join her, leave the hearing and assist my colleague in the office of the Vice President. Okay, I'll join you in the next hearing. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Session resumes.
I believe that I have no more questions to raise at the moment. So I'm yielding to my fellow members of the committee.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can
Yes,
I just have
DS JJ Suarez.
point of clarification, and I'm unfortunately Ms. Gina Costa is not here. There were some items where I'm trying to merge, and maybe Congresswoman Jinky can help me with this. Kanina po ba sinabi ni Miss Gina Acosta may mga vault sa Office of the Vice President? Can you confirm this, Mr. Antonio? Would you know of these vaults? Or Tonyo?
I know of this vaults as mentioned earlier, Your Honor, just with the fact or information that she is the special
No,
disbursing.
but have you seen these vaults?
Unfortunately, Your Honor, I haven't seen these vaults po.
So who has seen these vaults?
I do not know who else has seen these vaults, but of course, I assume it's Miss Gina Acosta would have seen it, being the
So
custodian.
siya lang ang may alam ng vaults na yon.
I would assume, Your Honor.
No, because you are Assistant Chief of Staff,
Chief
correct?
of Staff, correct.
So I'm sure you would know of vaults because the vaults that she described were 4 feet high and 3, if I'm not mistaken. So you would know of these. I mean, it would be quite weird that an assistant chief of staff wouldn't know of vaults in the office.
Yes.
So can you confirm these vaults? Yes or no?
Yes, I confirmed the vaults, but I cannot confirm as to how many po.
Okay, so you've seen these vaults.
I have, as mentioned earlier, Your Honor, I haven't seen these.
So how can you
vaults po.
confirm something that you have not seen?
Based on the information that was shared to me po.
By whom?
Yeah. As mentioned po by Miss Gina, and
So what you're saying is previous to Miss Gina saying that there were vaults, you didn't know that there were vaults?
I knew of vaults in the possession of Miss Gina, but again, Your Honor, I haven't seen these vaults po.
So okay, because I'm trying to determine your knowledge of these vaults because in our previous hearings, Ms. Sanchez, tinanong po namin kayo tungkol sa mga vaults. At ang sabi po ninyo, meron po kayong vault, kaso lang ang vault po ninyo ay para lang po sa payroll.
Petty cash.
And expenses and petty cash expenses, correct? Attorney Sanchez?
Attorney Sanchez, you are recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Yes. So I'm actually reading our transcripts here, no? So I'm aware of the vault as mentioned by the Director of Finance and Admin. Is used for, I think, payroll and other items.
And petty cash
Yeah,
expenses, Mr.
and
Chair.
then when we continued on with the interpellation, Attorney Sanchez, you did not speak of any other vaults in the Office of the Vice President.
That is correct, Mr. Chair, because
Yeah, and we even asked you when it came to the confidential funds, where were the funds kept? You said in an office.
Mr. Chair, I said that I have no personal knowledge.
Yeah. Okay, but in any case, so I'm just trying to put things together. So, how many vaults are there in the Office of the Vice President?
Mr. Chair, I'm only aware of one vault, which is used by the cash division.
And then, Mr. Ortonio would attest that there are 3 other vaults, other than the vault that Attorney Sanchez is speaking about.
Other vaults, Your Honor, for as mentioned by Miss Gina Acosta.
Hindi. Mr. Ortonio, walk me through here. You get the money from the banks.
That's correct, Your
Correct.
Honor.
And then the money is brought to where?
Brought to the office.
Brought to the office.
Yes.
And while in the office, where is the money placed?
Sorry, Your Honor.
While in the office, where is the money placed?
I don't. To be honest, Your Honor, I'm not familiar where Miss Gina
Mr.
places place it in the office. But yes, there is a room where Miss Gina places the money.
Yes, I understand. But you have to understand, Mr. Ortonio, Miss Gina Acosta has been excused because her blood pressure hit 150 over 100. And I'm sure in her state of health, she wouldn't be able to carry 125 million pesos by herself. Kayong dalawa, ang mga personalidad na may kinalaman sa pagdadala ng pera. So ang sinasabi mo ba sa akin, nung dinala na ang pera sa OVP, sa Office of the Vice President, hindi mo na alam kung saan to idinala?
Yes, Your Honor. It's just Miss Acosta together with two
So now there are
two
two other people.
two VPSPG guards on duty at that day who helped Miss Acosta
Carry
to
the
bring
bags.
to bring the money. Yes.
So ang role mo hanggang sasakyan lang.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So who are these two VPSG? Can you identify them, please?
I cannot remember anymore who those VPSPG on duty that day because they are on rotation.
Yes, but I'm sure you would know their names. I mean, you're talking about 125 million here, Mr. Ortonio. I mean, if it was just like a mere envelope that was submitted to the office, I would understand. But something so delicate as 125 million, siguro po, iilan lang ang pwedeng pagkatiwalaan ng halagang ito. At napakahirap naman pong paniwalaan na sasabihin mo sa akin, hindi ko maalala yung dalawang tao na yon. Sino po yung dalawang tao na yon, Mr. Ortonio?
Really, Your Honor, I could not remember because, again, the VPSPG that are on duty at the office regularly rotates po.
So, are you trying to tell me, Mr. Ortonio, that this is the practice at the Office of the Vice President when you handle amounts amounting to 125 million pesos? Hindi nyo na po binibigyan ng masyadong pagpapahalaga at hindi nyo na po kinikilala yung mga taong dapat pagkatiwalaan upang siguraduhin na secure ang perang yon? Kasi kung hindi nyo po kilala, di parang nakakagulat po dahil malaking halaga po ito. At the very least, you should have certain protocols. I mean, from the delivery of the money to the office up to where it's being brought. I'm quite shocked, Mr. Ortonio, that you don't even know where the money is brought. Do you know where the money is brought?
As mentioned by Ms. Gina, it's brought to her extension office.
And the extension office is, this is where the vaults are, I presume.
Yes, I presume, Your
And,
Honor.
and however, you have not seen these vaults.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to get that clarified kasi medyo hindi lang po ako na... at saka dito lang sa Land Bank, can I just get back to you? Kasi medyo hindi po magtugma yung notes ko. Sabi po kasi ni Ms. Gina Acosta, may tumulong sa pagbubuhat. Sabi naman po ni Mr. Ortonio, inilagay po yung pera sa push cart po ba ang sinabi ninyo? Ano pong ginamit? Trolley.
Parang trolley.
Trolley, oo. So, from the Land Bank, what is the procedure when it comes to cash withdrawals? Is the bank actually allowed to facilitate or aid clients when it comes to bringing out cash out of the banks?
Your Honor, as courtesy po to our clients, na-extend lang po namin yung help sa kanila.
Again?
As courtesy po to our clients, na-extend lang po namin yung help na yon sa client po.
So you confirm that the bags were trolleyed off out of the bank with the help of Land Bank personnel?
Actually, hindi ko na po maalala yung mga panahon na yan, Your Honor.
Okay. Dito sa dalawang security guard, kayo po ba yung on duty nung panahon na ha? Si Nino, Mr. Nino Bora, kayo po yung on duty nung nilalabas po yung pera?
Opo, sir.
Opo, nung nilalabas po yung pera, kayo din po ang tumulong sa pagbubuhat at pagtutulak?
Hindi po.
Eh, sino pong tumulong?
Hindi ko po maalala kung sino yung tumulong po.
Okay. Medyo hindi na tayo nagtutugma dito. Ma'am, kasi sabi nyo, as courtesy, tinulungan po sila. Kaso lang sinasabi po ng security personnel, hindi daw po. So, pwede po bang malaman natin kung ano po talaga ang nangyari?
Your Honor, yung pong pag-provide po siguro ng trolley, yun lang po yung
Yung?
extension ng pag-help namin. Pag-provide po ng trolley.
Yung pag-provide ng trolleys.
Yes,
Okay.
Your
So
Honor.
sino po ang nagtulak ng trolleys?
Hindi ko na po maalala, Your Honor.
Mr. Ortonio?
Based on my recollection, Your Honor, as far as I can remember, someone helped us and ang recollection ko po is it was from Land Bank. That's my recollection.
But Land Bank is saying they just provided the trolleys. The security officer said, hindi daw po sila. Tapos ang sinasabi mo naman, taga Land Bank po ang tumulong. So, medyo hindi po nagtutugma yung statement nyo, Mr. Ortonio, sa statements po ng Land Bank. So, ano po ba talaga ang katotohanan?
Your Honor, that's what I can recall po as of this moment.
No, I'm not asking you of what you can remember as of this moment. What I'm asking you, Mr. Antonio, is the truth and the fact. So, what is it?
Again, Your Honor, I'm relying on my memory right now, and that's what I can remember that happened that day.
In the 4 times that you withdrew money, siguro naman maaalala ninyo, 4 na beses, 125 million, 500 million pesos ang pinag-uusapan natin. Siguro naman malalagyan nyo ng konting pagpapahalaga, maalala nyo man lang kung sino ba ang tumulong sa inyo. Kasi dadalawa lang po kayo. Sabi niyo ikaw at saka si Miss Gina Acosta. So, ang tanong po, sino po ang kasama pa po ninyo dito po sa paglalabas ng pera mula sa bangko?
Again, Your Honor, as far as I can remember, Land Bank assisted us in terms of having to place the bags inside the vehicle. That's what I can remember.
As you know, that's against bank policy. Am I correct, Land Bank?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm correct? That is against bank policy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, it seems like meron po tayong problema dito. One of our resource person is insisting that Land Bank personnel help them take the money out of the bank and into the car. However, Land Bank is saying at most pinahiram po sila ng trolley. Kasi pagdating sa pagtutulak at pagpapasok sa pera, hindi po nila gagawin yon kasi labag po yun sa polisiya ng mga bangko. So, Mr. Antonio, last chance. Let's not forget that you're already cited in contempt. Can you please inform us of these details? Who else were you with when you withdrew the money from Land Bank?
Again, Your Honor, respectfully, it was only me and Miss Gina who withdrew the money from
Sa contempt?
the bank.
Let me read to you, Mr. Antonio, letter C, under section 11. Okay. Refusal to answer any relevant inquiry. So, Mr. Antonio, wala naman pong mawawala kung magsasabi po kayo ng katotohanan. Yun lang po, simple lang po yung tanong namin. Sino po yung kasama ninyo nung inilabas nyo po yung pera? Hindi nyo po pwedeng sabihin na Land Bank kasi mismong Land Bank na, dalawa sa kanila nagsabi, labag sa kanilang polisiye yon at yung mismong security guard at that time sinabi din na hindi daw po sila. At hindi naman po pwede na hindi nyo po maalala kung sino pong kasama ninyo kasi 125 million pesos po ang pinag-uusapan natin. Other than Miss Gina Acosta, who else were you with when you brought the money out?
It was me and Miss Gina Acosta who were present, but of course, we also had guards on duty. But ang nag-withdraw lang po ng money, it's Miss Gina and me.
So sino pa nga po yung ibang kasama? Yung po tinatanong ko, sino pa po yung ibang kasama ninyo?
In terms of kasama po, we also had VPSPG on duty that day and the driver.
Oh, there you go. It wasn't so hard, di ba? So can you name these individuals?
I'll have to recall, Your Honor, kung sino po yung mga guards on duty that day. Because as mentioned earlier po, the guards on duty at the Office of the Vice President regularly rotates po.
So what you're telling me is, on those 4 occasions na naglabas kayo ng pera, ni isa sa mga taong nakasama ninyo, maliban kay Gina Acosta, hindi mo maalala kung sino?
I'll have to
Just one person.
I'm just trying to recall po, Your Honor, kung if there are.
Mr. Chairman, ang pinag-uusapan po natin dito, kalahating bilyong piso. Pwede ba yun? Di mo alam kung sino yung nag-drive? Maski isang beses lang, sabi nyo 2 sasakyan kayo, hindi nyo alam kung sino nagmaneho? Hindi nyo alam kung sinong pangalan ng security? Pwede ba yun? Napaka-imposible po nun. That is very, I'm sorry, Mr. Tony, that is very hard to accept. I am of the position that you are purposely hiding the identities of these people for reasons I do not know. Number 1, Land Bank already said it wasn't them that helped you push the trolleys. Maski sinabi mo na Land Bank, strike 1 ka na doon. Pangalawa, tinatanong kita kung sinong kasama mo. Ni isa hindi mo maalala maliban kay Miss Gina Acosta. Para naman napakahirap naman paniwalaan yon, Mr. Ortonio. Bigla naman kayo nagkaroon ng case of amnesia.
Your Honor, if my memory serves me right, one of the guards who was with us is, I just do not know yung kanyang, ano tawag nito? Yung kanyang position, yung kanyang title, yung rank niya, but it's Mr. Guerrero po, one of the drivers.
Colonel La Chica, your excuse.
Mr. Chairman, 1 minute suspension.
1 minute suspension is declared by the chair. Committee hearing resumes. Please continue, Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez.
So Mr. Antonio, dahil napakahalagang pera ang pinag-uusapan po natin, so you mentioned Guerrero. So maliban po kay Guerrero, sino pa po ang kasama ninyo?
I tried to recall po the names. Mr. Guerrero and
But
Miss-
Guerrero is a very big name. No? A lot of people share that last name. Would you know his first name?
Your Honor, would it be possible, considering these are names of the VPSPG, would it be possible if I just give the names to you and not
So-
publicly mention them already? Because I am not sure on the protocols, the security protocols that VPSPG has in terms of having to share the names of their personnel.
So you're concerned about the security aspect.
Truthfully, Your Honor.
So you
yes,
want to
Your Honor.
write it in a piece of paper?
I can provide you, Your Honor.
Chairman, just
Before I recognize Congressman Paduano, the chair would like to recognize the Honorable Arnan Panaligan from the 1st District of Oriental Mindoro, the Honorable Zia Alonto Adjong from the 1st District of Lanao del Sur, Honorable Julien Jam Baronda, Deputy Majority Leader from the Lone District of Iloilo City, the Honorable Edward Vera Perez Maceda from the 4th District of Manila, the Honorable Horacio P. Swansing Jr. from the 2nd District of Sultan Kudarat, the Honorable Ma Rene Ann Lourdes Matibag from the 1st District of Laguna, the Honorable Bonifacio L. Busita from One Rider Party List. Yes, Congressman Paduano, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chairman, I will just address my query to Mr. Ortonio. Kasi sir, kanina sabi mo, you have to refresh your memory, di ba? Ano ba talagang totoo? Kasi, sandali po, please wait to be recognized by the chairman. Di pa ako tapos. Kasi po, sa akin po, you're concealing information. And that's in violation of our internal rules with regards to Section 11. Concealment of information. So ano ba talaga? Nakalimutan mo o dahil doon sa question of protocol?
To tell you the truth po, Your Honor, it's really on the protocols, Your Honor. It's really on the protocols.
Okay, could you please give us the names of the security personnel? Submit it to COMSEC. Okay, next to interpolate. Si Congressman Zia. Ay, J. Congressman J. Konghun.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I direct my questions to Ms. Sunshine Farda?
Yes, please. Ms. Sunshine Parda.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Good
Ms.
evening
Sunshine
po.
Farda, kayo po ay nagtrabaho sa ilalim ni Vice President Sara noong siya po ay mayor pa ng Davao City. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kailan po ito?
It was in 2011, Mr. Chair.
Ano ang nahawakan mong posisyon nung ikaw ay nagtatrabaho sa Davao?
When I started working for the Office of the City Mayor, Mr. Chair, I was under a contract of service. It was, I think, Operations Assistant was the designation, Mr. Chair.
Ano ang tungkulin mo sa posisyong ito?
My work at that time, Mr. Chair, was to write technical letters, technical writing, preparation of MOAP, drafting of executive orders, and also attending meetings on behalf of the City Mayor's office.
Abogado po ba kayo? Abogado po kayo, tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kailan po kayo nakapasa sa bar exam?
I passed, Mr. Chair, in 2019 because I took the 2018 bar examination.
Kasabay niyo po si Attorney Michael Powa.
I believe so, Mr. Chair, yes.
At noong si Vice President Sara ay naging DepEd Secretary, kayo ay unang naging Head Executive Assistant niya sa Department of Education. Tama po ba?
Yes, I confirm that, Mr. Chair.
Hanggang kailan ito?
It was from July 1, 2022 until, I believe, around April, Mr. Chair, 2023.
At nung matapos ito, kayo naman ay inatasan niya maging Assistant Secretary ng Office of the Secretary sa DepEd. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I was appointed by the President po as Assistant Secretary of the Office of the Secretary.
Bilang ASEC, ano ang iyong tungkulin?
I was in charge of the administration of the entire Office of the Secretary, Mr. Chair. I was also assisting the Vice President in technical matters like in meetings. I also assisted her during the field visitations and also helped out in managing the staff in the entire Office of the Secretary proper po.
At kayo rin ay bumitiw sa Department of Education sa inyong posisyon noong July 9, 2024. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kasabay-
Sorry, Mr. Chair, it wasn't July 9 po. I believe I started with the Office of the Vice President, Mr. Chair, July 16 po.
Okay. Kasabay mong nag-resign, no? Sa Department of Education, sila retired Major General Mempin, Mr. Munsayak, Mr. Powa, at si Mr. Baluyan. Tama ba?
Bali po, Mr. Chair, nauna po ako ng ilang araw, nag-send po ako ng aking resignation letter. Nauna po ako ng ilang araw sa kanila, Mr. Chair.
Dahil ito sa kadahilan ng nagbitiw na si Vice President Sara bilang Secretary ng Department of Education.
That's one of the reasons, Mr. Chair, and I also wanted to respect the decision of the next secretary as to whom he should be, who he wants to be appointed for the position that I was handling at that time.
At nung kayo ay nag-resign sa Department of Education, kayo naman ay nailipat sa Office of the Vice President. Tama po ba?
I applied, Mr. Chair, as one of the employees po of the Vice President's office.
Ano ang posisyon mo sa Office of the Vice President?
At the moment, Mr. Chair, I'm the Director for the Strategic Management Operations. Strategic Management Office, SMO Office po.
Ano yung layunin ng iyong ano ang layunin ng Strategic Management Office?
I handle...
Ano yung trabaho mo?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Okay, I handle 3 divisions po, the Knowledge Management Division, the Management Information Systems Division, as well as the Planning Division po. So we handle the matters on planning, on the knowledge management, as well as the information systems po, like yung sa technology IT po na division.
Ano ang experience ninyo at ikaw ay nilagay, no? Bilang direktor ng Strategic Management Office. Sa iyong palagay, kwalipikado ka ba?
I believe so, Mr. Chair, because my papers and my application was submitted to the Civil Service Commission and it was also approved by them.
Okay. Balikan natin ulit, no? Noong November 11, 2024, nag-issue ang committee ito ng contempt order or arrest order laban sa'yo dahil hindi ka nag-a-attend ng hearing.
Yes, Mr.
Noong
Chair.
November 14, 2024, nakatanggap ang committee ito ng letter na nagsasabi na ikaw nasa official business sa Southern Mindanao Satellite Office noong November 9 up to November 15. Tama ba?
I received a travel order, Mr. Chair, and I left Manila po on November 9 so that I can help out or monitor the Thanksgiving activities in Davao City, supposedly.
Sa mga aktibidades na ito, ano ang partisipasyon ninyo?
Supposedly, Mr. Chair, I was to monitor the Thanksgiving activities. Unfortunately, I wasn't really able to attend any of these because when the arrest order came out po November 11, I was so afraid already. I did not go out of the house anymore. So I informed po the office that I actually informed the office and the vice president that I did not attend the activities, Mr. Chair, because medyo natakot po talaga ako nung lumabas na yung arrest order. So nagstay lang po ako sa bahay ng ate ko sa Davao City.
So hindi ka nag-participate sa ginawang activities ng OVP sa Southern Mindanao Satellite Office?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I did not participate and due to fear po of being seen because of the arrest order, Mr. Chair.
Kanino mo sinabi na nasa bahay ka lang o hindi ka nag-participate?
I actually informed the Vice President, Mr. Chair, and I also texted ASEC Lemuel, but I'm not sure if he received it because hindi rin ako naka-receive ng response at that time.
Okay. Hindi ka nagpaalam kay Attorney Zuleika Lopez?
Hindi po ako nagpaalam direct sa kanya because I was thinking, Mr. Chair, that she was still in the United States at that time. I did not know that she already went home or went back home.
Okay. Kilala mo si Miss Zuleika Lopez?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Gaano na kayo katagal magkakilala?
When I started working for the Office of the City Mayor, Mr. Chair, in 2011, she was already the city administrator at that time.
Siya ang chief of staff, no? At undersecretary ng OVP nung panahon kayo ay nagtatrabaho sa Department of Education. Tama ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, balik po tayo unti, no? Nung panahong nasa Department of Education po kayo. Habang kayo po ay HEA o Assistant Secretary ni Vice President sa DepEd. Madalas ka rin bang pumunta sa Office of the Vice President?
Actually, Mr. Chair, hindi po. Kasi hindi ko po maiwan yung Office of the Secretary. So, mabibilang pa lang po ng 5 daliri ko yung pagpunta ko doon. Depende lang po pag pag mayroon silang ni-invite. Like, I was invited in one of their events, like yung Halloween po, na judging ng kanilang mga events. Ganun po na klase lang ang pagpunta ko doon.
So, hindi ka madalas ipatawag ni
No,
Vice
Mr.
President
Chair.
Sara? Okay. Asawa mo si Ginoong Edward Fajarda.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Tama po ba? Si Edward ba ay nagtatrabaho rin sa ilalim ni VP Sara noong mayor pa siya ng Davao?
No, Mr. Chair, he wasn't.
Okay. Si Edward, siya yung na-appoint, di ba, na bilang Special Disbursing Officer sa DepEd, tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sabay kayo ni Edward na nagtrabaho sa Department of Education?
Nauna lang po ako ng 1 month, Mr. Chair. He started with the Department of Education in August 1. I started July 1, 2022 po.
At noong July 2024, kayo ay nag-resign sa Department of Education. Kasabay nila Yusek Michael Powa, Asek Reynold Monsayak, Yusek Nolasco Mempin, at Asek Baluyan. Tama ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
At ikaw din ay nag-resign sa DepEd kasama ni Mr. Edward Fajarda. Tama ba?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Ngayong panahon na ito, ano ang tungkulin mo sa o responsibilidad mo sa OVP?
As I've mentioned already kanina, Mr. Chair, I'm the Director for the Strategic Management Office po.
Okay. Kung maaalala ho natin, no, noong nakaraang hearing, sinabi, no, ni Yusek Gloria Jumamil Mercado na inabutan mo siya ng puting envelope na may nakasulat na hope. Ang ibig sabihin ng hope, tingin mo ano ibig sabihin ng hope?
I believe that's the head of procuring entity, Your Honor.
Okay. So, yun nga ang sinabi niya, inabutan mo siya ng sobre na nagkakalaman ng 50,000.
Allegedly, Mr. Chair,
Hindi,
yes.
kaya nga, yun nga yung sinabi niya, no?
Yes po.
At sinabi rin ni Ms. Catalan, ang Chief Accountant ng DepEd, sinabi rin niya noon na inabutan mo rin siya ng pera na galing sa confidential fund. Ms. Shine, matagal na kayong nagtatrabaho kay VP Sara. Masasabi mo ba na loyal ka sa kanya?
I am loyal, Mr. Chair, to anybody whom I'm working for because that's part of my job po as an employee.
Siyempre, no? Siguro naman, dahil sa sobrang tagal nyo na magkakilala ni Vice President Sara Duterte, hinire ka niya sa Davao, tapos dinala ka niya o nag-apply ka at tinanggap ka niya sa Department of Education, at nung nag-resign ka, nag-apply ka rin sa Office of the Vice President, at ikaw tinanggap niya, masasabi natin na talagang loyal ka, no? Kay Vice President Sara.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
At dahil sa matagal na kayong nagtatrabaho kay VP Sara, no? Naging heya ka niya sa Department of Education. Ano ang kadalasang trabaho na pinapagawa niya sa'yo?
As Head Executive Assistant, Mr. Chair, it's actually similar to my role as ASEC. Mas nadagdagan lang po yung ASEC. It's still administration po, general administration of the Office of the Secretary proper, supervision of the people inside the Office of the Secretary proper, assisting her during the field visitations, helping her with meetings and technical na requirements. And there was also a time when I was helping her or drafting department orders on behalf of the Office of the Secretary.
Talagang napakadami mong ginagawa sa kanya. At talagang masasabi natin dahil sa sobrang dami ng iyong obligasyon sa iyong trabaho sa kanya, talagang masasabi natin na pinagkakatiwalaan ka niya. Tama ba?
I believe so, Mr. Chair.
Nung naging heya at assistant secretary ka ng DepEd, kilala nyo si Yusek Gloria Mercado, tama ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Si Director Resty Osayas?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Si Miss Runa Catalan?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, balikan natin, no? Nung yung sinabi ni Yusek Gloria Mercado. Sinabi nila no nakaraang hearing, isiniwalat nila sa kumiting ito na inabutan mo daw sila ng puting envelope na naglalaman, no, ng malaking pera. So dahil hindi ka nagpakita sa mga panahong ito, hindi ka nabigyan ng pagkakataon para sagutin, no, yung mga akusasyong ito. Totoo ba na inabutan mo sila ng sobre o nagsisinungaling silang tatlo?
Respectfully, Mr. Chair, I would not want to answer that question. May I explain if I be allowed? In the previous hearings, Mr. Chair, there have been those allegations which insinuated that I committed these illegal acts. There were actually some crimes that were mentioned. And as such, if I'm going to answer those allegations, Mr. Chair, respectfully, I would want to answer them in a proper forum wherein I will be able to present my defenses based on the completeness of the said allegations, Mr. Chair.
Hindi, tinatanong lang naman kita kung meron kang inabot o wala. It is answerable by yes or no. Kung wala, sabihin mo wala. Kung meron, sabihin mo meron.
I will not answer, Mr. Chair, respectfully po. I already stated my reason for such.
So you are invoking your right for self-incrimination.
I will not answering, Mr. Chair, as I've already informed you of the reason for such.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Please proceed.
Mr. Chair, I hope you understand po, with the respectfully through the chairman, Attorney Fajarda, we have rules po kasi in the committee, and refusal to answer is a ground for contempt. We would much prefer if you would choose to invoke your right, please do so. Do not say that you are refusing to answer. If you want, you are very welcome to invoke your right, but we need to hear it from you po.
I stand by my answer in the previous answer that I've given to Honorable Kongkun, Mr. Chair.
That you refuse to answer.
Yes, Mr. Chair, because I will only answer in a proper forum where I will be able to present my defenses po.
You refuse to answer, yet you do not invoke the right.
It's in the same manner, Mr. Chair, that I am saying that I refuse to answer such questions po.
Well, Mr. Chair, we leave it to the committee on how they would appreciate that answer. We just had to clarify whether this was an invocation of the right. Thank you, Ms. Fajardo.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I interject? May I follow up, Mr. Chair? Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Chair. So again, I would like to reiterate the question of Congressman Rog Gutierrez. Your answer, would that in effect invoking your right against self-incrimination?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yeah. Because you've mentioned about the proper forum, so I would presume that the proper forum is the court. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you are invoking your right against self-incrimination.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. But Mr. Chair, but that does not mean that she is denying the allegation. She's just merely invoking her right against self-incrimination. To me, Mr. Chair, that's my own interpretation is that's it's one way of saying that I admit, but this is not the proper code to discuss that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a manifestation po. And that is my personal interpretation.
I understand, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you, Mr. Chair.
We will respect your right against self-incrimination. Next. Yes, please continue, Congressman Kong.
So, base sa tatlong opisyales no, ng Department of Education, katulad sa mga pahayag nila Yusek Mercado, Ms. Catalan, at Director Usayas, kayo po ay nagbigay no, sa kanila, no, o Director Usayas, no, kayo po ay nagbigay sa kanila ng sobre, binigyan niyo po sila ng pera, at katulad nga po ng sinasabi nila, ito ay galing no, sa confidential fund ng Department of Education. Ngayon, kung hindi niyo po masasagot ng diretso ito, igagalang ko po yung inyong karapatan na hindi sagutin. Kaya lang hindi mo maiiwasan no, ang committee ito no, na mag-isip no, kung totoo nga ba no, ang sinasabi ni Yusek Mercado, ni Ms. Catalan, at ni Director Osayas. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The next to interpolate is Congressman Sia Alonto Adjong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to, again, be enlightened. And if you may, Ms. Fajarda, you walk me through on how the utilization of the confidential funds pertaining to the issuances of the disbursement liquidation report, the checks, and the disbursement vouchers, if you may. This is also in line with the attempt of this representation to really fully understand on how you comply with the joint circular. No? So you just walk me through. Ms. Fajarda, last hearing, Yusek Mercado says na ikaw ang nag-abot sa kanya, ng cheque na nagkakalaga ng 37.5 million. These are 3 checks, which amounts to 112.5 million in total. Para kanyang pirmahan yung releasing of the confidential funds ng DepEd noong 2023. Would you confirm that, Ms. Farda?
That is false, Mr. Chair. I never gave any checks to Ms. Mercado, number one. And number two, Mr. Chair, I am not involved in any way in the utilization of the confidential funds. Respectfully, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so you are saying that you never in any way secured the signatures of Ms. Yusek Mercado.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I never
Categorically.
secured any of her signatures.
So what you're saying is that Ms. Yusek Mercado is the one lying, is that correct?
I'm not also saying that, Mr. Chair. I wasn't really able to listen to what she said, but I did not give her any checks, nor did I request her to sign any checks.
Okay. According to Ms. Mercado also, the checks that were requested for her to sign should also be supported by a signature from Annalyn Sevilla. Would you know Annalyn Sevilla?
Yes, Mr. Chair, she's under a secretary of the Department of Education.
Okay. What is your participation, Frieza? Can you walk me through what is exactly your participation in so far as the securing of the signatures for the disbursement to secure the disbursement vouchers?
My participation, Mr. Chair, is ministerial in nature because our setup in the Office of the Secretary, since I am in charge of the admin work, is that the documents for signature of the Vice President goes through me, and then
Wait,
yes.
po, kasi para maintindihan ko po. Sige, can you please,
My participation, Mr. Chair, in the securing of signatures is ministerial in nature.
meaning,
Meaning that all the documents in the Office of the Secretary that are for signature of the Vice President goes through me or go through me so that I can have it signed by her.
yeah, that's correct. So meaning to say, when it comes to, like for example, can we request the COMSEC to show us the disbursement voucher?
COMSEC?
Yeah. So all of these three disbursement vouchers are signed by Vice President Sara Duterte. Now, prior to the signing or releasing of the checks, you have to secure first the disbursement voucher. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And so the signature of the Vice President Sara Duterte with that of Annalyn Sevilla, as indicated here in the disbursement voucher, if we are to take your answer that you are to secure the signatures, does that mean that you also, in a way, required for this disbursement voucher to present this to Yusek Mercado for the release of the checks?
No, Mr. Chair, I have no transaction whatsoever with Ms. Mercado in relation to the confidential funds.
Okay, so what does the needed signature of the Vice President for the disbursement voucher, what is it for? In this particular monitor, is it for the releasing of the 3 checks? Is it correct?
I believe, Mr. Chair, that is for the processing of the disbursement voucher for the confidential fund.
That's correct. That is correct, and that's what Yusek Mercado said in the previous hearing. In fact, the testimony of Yusek Mercado is it's reinforced and corroborated by the statement of Ms. Catalan. So that voucher is needed to secure the release of the checks. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, because it is routed to our office from the accounting office.
So where do you give the vouchers after having all these signatures attached in this? Where do you go from here?
After securing the signature of the Vice President, it has to be returned to the SDO, and then the SDO will be the one to return it to the accounting office.
You mean to say SDO in this case is your husband?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So it goes back to the SDO.
Yes, because he's the one carrying the documents back to the accounting office.
So your husband is the one going, so siya pupunta doon sa accounting office for the release of this.
Yes, because he's the SDO, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Would you confirm that all these three disbursement vouchers correspond to the 37.5 million pesos that were encashed by your husband, Mr. Fajarda?
I do not have the copies of the 3 vouchers, Mr. Chair. But I cannot confirm that because, again, I am not the one involved with the confidential funds. I just request the Vice President to sign, and then it is returned to the accounting office for the standard operating procedure in the processing of said vouchers.
According to the testimony of Land Bank, nagkaroon po ng pirmahan. The checks that were released were signed by Yusek Mercado and Yusek Sevilla on February 20, 2023, April 19, 2023, and July 11, 2023. Would you confirm this, Ms. Sunshine?
I cannot confirm that, Mr. Chair, because again, I am not involved in the confidential funds po.
Okay. Well, could you at least your husband confirm these dates?
Your Honor, hindi lang po ako sure do sa exact date, but yan po yung month.
Kayo po ba, Mr. Edward, ang payee sa mga cheque na ito?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So you confirm that three checks ay 37 million, tatlo pong ni-release ito. Can we show that again? $37 million amounting to 11.2 million pesos. Tama po ba? Do we confirm that?
Tatlo po yung 37.5 million. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Edward Harda, ano po yung ginagawa nyo after you have encashed this check?
Your Honor, pag nasa akin na po yung pera, nasa office na po yan, tatawagan ko na po ang security officer na magdi-disburse po ako sa kanya ng pera.
Okay. But before the disbursement, let me go back to Ms. Fajarda. Who ordered you to secure the signature of the Vice President and for other signatures that you needed to affix on the disbursement voucher?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, can you please repeat the question?
Who gave you who ordered you, who told you to secure these signatures?
Mr. Chair, it's part of my job. It's a
Yeah,
ministerial...
I know, but who told you that? I mean, I know it's part of your job, but I'm sure somebody has to tell you that we need to secure these checks, get the signatures for the disbursement voucher for the release of these checks. Who told you that?
The accounting office, Mr. Chair, gives us the documents so that it will be signed with the secretary.
Yeah, but who told the accounting office?
May I ask the specific question, Mr. Chair, as to what you are pertaining to po?
I'm trying to understand the confidential file. It cannot be released without the signature and the approval of the principal. Is it correct?
That's the question,
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
I want to
Okay.
understand precisely because what you're saying is your job is only technical, attending meetings, that these are your answers, no? When you were asked before. Technical lang yung yung trabaho mo, and you're also in charge of attending the meetings.
Mr. Chair, that was before in the City Mayor's office in 2011 po.
Okay, but what is your job now in the Office of the Department of Education?
My job before in the Office of the Office of the Secretary in the Department of Education, in July 2022, Mr. Chair, I was the head executive assistant. In April of 2023, I became the assistant secretary of the Office of the
Okay,
Secretary.
I want to understand, prior to the submission and the securing of the signatures and the vouchers, gusto ko lang po maintindihan, is it the accounting that is telling you na you need to secure the signatures?
I believe, Mr. Chair, it's the SDO which already informs the accounting because after he mentioned a while ago that there is a physical and financial plan. After that, he is the one who informs the accounting.
Do you have that fiscal and financial plan with you?
I do not have a copy of that
Mr. Chair?
document, though.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, may I request that we require the submission of this technical and
physical and financial plan.
Physical and financial plan, Mr. Chair. That's a motion so that we can understand how the workings within your department when it's come to the utilization of the confidential funds. We want to understand that because
Mr. Chair, it has already been submitted po, I believe.
can we ask the COMSEC if we can confirm that there is also already a submission of that?
Your Honor, the Secretariat has yet to receive or has not yet received the PFP, Your Honor.
So, do you stand by with your answer that you have already submitted?
I
that?
believe that it was already submitted by COA, Mr. Chair, because it is part of the submissions of the DepEd.
Wala pa. Wala pa? COMSEC?
Madam Chair, what was submitted was part of the confidential funds, which was also submitted to the Committee on Appropriations, subject of a different subpoena duces tecum by this committee to the Commission on Audit. There was no PFP attached, only disbursement vouchers, liquidation reports. Yun lang pong maalala ko sa
So
documents
at
namin,
any
sir.
rate, I move that we request for the submission of the financial plan. Physical and financial
Mr.
plan.
Fajardo will submit, Mr. Chair, because he's the one handling the documents po for the confidential funds.
I don't care who's going to submit it. We just require for your department to submit it to the committee, okay? Now, let me go back to Mr. Fajarda. Just want to understand. Tama po ba you in cash personally?
Yes, Your Honor.
O, kasi yun po yung sinabi ng land bank kanina. So, you are using duffel bags for the encashment of this 112 million pesos, no? 0.5.
37 po per quarter. 37.5.
Per quarter, yeah.
Opo.
So, amounting to 112.5 million pesos.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's correct. So, ano po yung ginagawa nyo dito before the releasing of these confidential funds or the distribution or the payment for rewards or whatever? What do you do with that? Do you directly use that and go to the areas where you do the payment?
Your Honor, hindi po.
Ano pong ginagawa nyo doon?
Dinidisburse ko lang po yan sa security officer.
Sino po yung security officer ninyo?
Si
Right away?
Your Honor, tumatawag po ako sa kanya. Then magkikita po kami sa DepEd.
Saan po kayo nakikita doon sa DepEd?
Sa DepEd po. Minsan po sa office po ng BPSPG. Minsan sa bar. Kung saan po safe. Pero along sa DepEd lang po.
Within the DepEd?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano pong pangalan nila?
Colonel Nolasco po. Dennis Nolasco. Colonel Dennis Nolasco po.
Dennis Nolasco. So, hindi nyo ho siya dinadala sa office or din-deposit?
Nasa office po siya pero hindi ko po din-deposit.
Yeah, how big is your office pala? Yung office space?
Malaki po, malaki. Hindi naman po kalakihan pero tama lang po.
Okay. Let me go back to Ms. Fajarda. The previous hearing, Ms. Catalan also said to this committee that ikaw ang nag-request sa kanya ng mag-sign sa mga liquidation reports for the first, second, and third quarter ng 2023 pertaining to the confidential funds. Is this correct? Do you confirm this?
No, Mr. Chair, I want to correct that. I did not request her to sign. What I said was prepare the documents because the SDO already has to sign it po. Because Ms. Catalan, before she signs, I believe the SDO has to sign first, and then from the SDO, it's to the principal, and then Ms. Catalan. So they have to prepare the documents for the signature of the 3 signatories.
Bakit kayo po yung nagre-request sa kanya? Hindi ho ba dapat si Mr. Fajarda because you're the payee and you're the one who's supposed to who knows how you have utilized, yeah? Bakit si Miss Sunshine yung nagre-request kay kay Miss Catalan instead of you because you're the one who encashed the amount and you're supposed to be the one to know on how exactly these funds are being spent.
Actually, Your Honor, pag nagperma na po ako sa liquidation, ibibigay ko po kay Asek Shine. Siya po kasi ang magpapaperma sa head of the agency. Ano po? Pag napermahan ko na po yung liquidation, ibigay ko po sa kanya para papermahin po niya kay BP Sara.
So everything goes to Ms. Fajarda.
Basta po kay BP ng peperma, sa kanya po muna dumadaan.
Okay. Ms. Fajarda, do you ask Ms. Catalan to sign the liquidation report without even providing her any attachment?
The SDO will be the one to answer that, Your Honor.
No, because that's what Ms. Catalan said in the previous hearing, that you require her to sign the liquidation report without even showing her any acknowledgement receipts. Acknowledgement receipts, yes, that's correct.
I'm going to correct that again, Your Honor. I did not request her to sign. What we requested was for the papers to be prepared already, but not for her to sign anything, Your Honor.
Yeah, but if she does not sign, what will happen, di ba? Hindi magpo-push through yung liquidation report, is it correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, but
it's,
that's why-
it's the SDO, Your Honor, which actually explains the accounting on how
but
the
according
liquidation
to-
report
yes,
is to be
I know, but
accomplished.
supposedly dapat siya. But according to Ms. Catalan, you're the one who goes to her office and then asks her to sign without even showing her acknowledgement receipts. Is that correct?
No, it's not correct, Your Honor. Again, I'm going to correct that. I did not ask her to sign. We just request for the documents to be prepared, all the documents for the attachment of the liquidation.
So you have nothing to do with securing the signatures of Ms. Catalan? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have nothing to do with it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Paharda, di ba dapat ikaw yung nagsasubmit ng liquidation report? Kasi you're the payee.
Your Honor, nagsasubmit sa
Nagsasubmit ng liquidation, preparing for the liquidation report.
kanino? I mean,
For the liquidation report of the confidential funds.
you mean sa COA po?
Yeah?
Ang
Prior to that, for the securing of the signatures, hindi ho ba, what is your participation? Kasi ang sabi ni Ms. Catalan dito, gusto kong pabangga yung testimony ni Ms. Catalan for us to really understand, no? Kasi mukhang within the workings of your office, parang somebody is lying. Yusek Mercado says na you are asking her to sign the checks corroborated with Ms. Catalan, saying that Ms. Sunshine Fajarda is the one requiring Ms. Catalan to sign the signatures. Even you gave her that envelope. Yung sinasabi nilang white amount, may mga amounts naka-enclose doon sa mga envelope. So, I'm just trying to understand your participation, Ms. Sunshine, no, Fajarda. Gusto ko lang maintindihan. Supposedly, dapat, yung asawa mo, as the payee, will be the one to ask Ms. Catalan to sign the liquidation report. Kasi siya nga po yung payee and he's the one more knowledgeable on how these funds are being spent. Now, gusto kong malaman yon. Is it you or is Mr. Fajarda?
Your Honor, ganito po kasi yan. Kapag nagpirma na po ako sa liquidation report, ibigay ko po kay Sunshine, and then siya po kasi ang magpapaperma kay BP Sara.
Ano po?
Siya po ang magpapasign kay BP Sara. Basta po, ang paperma na po ay si BP Sara, dadaan po muna sa kanya.
Si Ms. Sunshine.
Opo, sa kanya po ang papers.
Mr. Chair, maybe perhaps in the next committee hearing, I would pursue a request asking questions once we have the financial plan, fiscal plan, covering
Physical and
physical and
financial
financial plan, covering the confidential funds, because it will give us more information and knowledge on how the workings within your department, and so far as the securing of signatures, releasing of disbursement vouchers, and ultimately the releasing of these checks. I have trouble, Mr. Chair, understanding which role, task are given to between the couple, Miss Sunshine and Mr. Fajarda. So gusto ko lang pong malaman, prior to that, I would just like to, hopefully, by next time, request Undersecretary Mercado to come. Maybe we can invite her again. Miss Catalan also, if we can invite her again, so that we can finally really shed light on this questionable dealings and transactions. Miss Yusek Mercado is not around, so it's not, gusto ko sanang siyang tanungin. But since she's not here in Miss Catalan, it will be
Comsec-
hard na ibangga
Comsec, may I
yung
know
mga
if
testimonies
Yusek
nila.
Mercado is present?
Former Yusek Mercado was invited, but she's not here. For Miss Catalan, I believe she's present, Your Honor.
Miss Catalan?
Can you please take your seat, Miss Reuna Catalan?
Okay.
Umalis na daw
Maybe
po.
in the next hearing, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
And I would like to reserve and avail of the interpellation once Yusek Mercado and Miss Catalan are both present in the next hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Fajarda, and thank you, Mr. Fajarda.
Thank you, Honorable
Thank you
Z.
po.
Alonto. Sir Jong? Yes, Congressman Jude.
Just a brief interjection para hindi ho mawala yung train, no? Nung mga tanong po ni Congressman Zia. Kay Mr. Farda, gaano po kayo katagal na SDO sa DepEd? Or at least empleyado sa DepEd?
Nag-start po ako August 2022.
Okay. So mga 2 taon din po, no?
Apa, mga ganyan.
Sa panahon po yun, meron bang pagkakataon na kayo po ay nag-reach out sa mga principal, superintendents, mga region directors o empleyado ng DepEd para humingi po ng kanilang mga bank accounts ng mga empleyadong ito?
Sa superintendent po, Your Honor.
Yes, that's the reason exactly why I'm asking, Mr. Chair, because may mga kumakalat pong photos sa social media involving exchanges between yung mga superintendent po sa Region 7, ang mga messages. Can we request the Secretariat? Baka pwede pong ma-flash.
Secretariat.
Itong messages na to nagme-mention na may pangalang Edward from the CO, which I think refers to a central office, or OSEC. Sa pagkakaintindi ko po, ito po ay Office of the Secretary. Can we ask the Secretary to show? Meron po. Then the next. May ipapakita po akong numero sa inyo. Ilalapit ko po. Mr. Chair, with your permission. Just for him to
Please.
confirm. Mr. Chair,
Congressman Nasidre.
meron po akong pinakitang number kay Mr. Fajardo at sabi po niya, malamang sa hindi, yun po ay pagkaari niyang number.
Fajarda.
Mr. Fajarda, na itong number po ay sa kanya po.
Do you confirm, Mr. Parda?
I-confirm ko po.
Yes, okay.
At dahil po sa ang mga messages na to, sinasabing si Edward Fajarda, yung next na slide, next screenshot, ay humihingi ng bank account at bank details ng mga empleyado. Siguro sa salitang Bisaya po yung message, parang sinasabi po, ito yung sinabi ko sa inyo, sa blurred yung lugar na merong tatawag sa inyong Edward, pakibigay na inyong account number, legit po yan. God bless. I'm showing you also next. I'll also show you a screen cap of the portion of the affidavit of former Yusek Mercado, a former employee in DepEd. Basahin ko po. Number 5. Although the exact date evades recollection, sometime during the course of my tenure with the DepEd, a member of my staff informed me that an inquiry was made by one of our officers in the field that Mr. Fajarda had made inquiries about the bank accounts of several individuals. And if divulging such information to Mr. Fajarda was permitted, my office confirmed that it was upon the instruction of the Office of the Secretary. Evidently, it would appear that regional directors and other employees on the field would also receive sums on top of the regular salaries. So Mr. Farda, bakit po kayo humingi ng mga bank details nila?
Mr. Chair, ang nakalagay po kasi dito ay regional directors sa
Pero ang sinasabi niyo po, sino po yung hiningan niyo?
superintendent po. Superintendent
Whether
po.
superintendents po or regional directors, bakit po kailangan humingi ng personal bank details?
Actually po, I was instructed by VP Sara.
Based po sa instruction ni VP Sara,
Yes, Your
nagpapadala po ba kayo ng pera sa mga accounts na to?
May napadalhan po ako pero hindi po, I mean hindi siya lahat.
Hindi lahat ng superintendents.
Yes, Your Honor.
Paano po pinipili kung sinong padadalan at hindi padadalan?
Sa pagkakaalam ko po, yung pong nagbigay ng mga account numbers, kasi during po kasi sa pag-iikot ni VP Sara, nakita po niyo doon na yung pong superintendent gumagastos po ng sariling pera nila sa kanilang office field work po nila.
Pero Mr. Fajardo, kung titignan mo sa screenshot, yung lahat po ng superintendent sa Region 7 ay inyo pong kinontak at hiningan. Ibig sabihin silang lahat to na bigyan?
Your Honor, actually hindi ko kilala lahat ng superintendent. I'm not sure kung, basta ang alam ko lang po hindi po lahat.
So, granted no, kung ano yung sinabi, yung reply mo. Ang tanong ko po, pag nagpapadala po kayo ng pera dito, personal account yung pong ginagamit or official account ng DepEd?
I mean, account number po nila.
Account number nila. Saan po nanggagaling yung pera na pinapadala po ninyo?
Binibigay po yun sa akin ni VP Sara.
Si VP Sara mismo, hindi through Attorney Sunshine?
Si VP Sara po, yung pong for that specific instruction.
So ito pong lahat ng pagkakataon, pag naging panauhin po namin ang mga superintendents at regional directors, we would expect that that would be the response, no, na hindi ho lahat at hindi po regular.
Hindi po lahat kasi kasi sobrang dami po niyan at hindi po regular.
Okay. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you po.
Yes, the Honorable Dan Fernandez is recognized.
Thank you so much. After 10 hours. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman, but maikli lamang po to. Since wala naman, tatlo lang yung taong nakakaalam ng confidential funds. Si VP Sara, si Mr. Ortonio, saka si Gina Acosta. Since wala na si Gina Acosta, wala na rin si VP Sara, ikaw na lang, Mr. Ortonio, ang natitira dito. Kaya ikaw na lang tatanungin ko. According kay Attorney Lopez, Mr. Ortonio, people who should be asked about confidential funds ay ikaw at si Gina Acosta. Is this correct?
Your Honor, first of all, I would like to clarify that
No. Sagutin mo muna yung tanong, Mr. Ortonio. Kasi sinabi ni Attorney Lopez that the people that should be asked about confidential funds ay ikaw, Gina Acosta, and the Vice President. Is this correct?
in terms of the information on the confidential funds, I'm not privy to all the information pertaining
No, we're
to...
talking about the confidential funds. Confidential funds lamang po ang pinag-uusapan natin, and it was manifested by Attorney Lopez under oath that the person that is responsible for confidential funds ay ikaw, si Gina Acosta, and the Vice President herself. So you are now under oath. Would you confirm the statement of Attorney Lopez?
Okay.
Yes, yun
Your-
lang naman tinatanong ko lang kung tama yung sinabi ni Attorney Lopez. Kung kayong tatlo ang nakakaalam sa confidential funds, tama ba sinabi ni Attorney Lopez? Yes sir, no po. I mean, napakasimple tinatanong ko, tama po ba yung sinasabi ni Attorney Lopez?
No, Your Honor, because
So,
I am not...
so wait, kung no ang sagot po ninyo, hindi lamang kayo ang nakakaalam tungkol sa confidential funds.
No, Your Honor, I am not privy to the information or activities in the use of the confidential activities. However, I do know some information because in the drafting of the replies to the AOMs that the Office of the Vice President received, I got information from the Special Disbursing Officer and the Security Officer. That's the only extent of information that I know pertaining to the confidential funds.
So in other words, partly, the totality of the confidential funds, alam mo. But the
Partially-
totality of it, not.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So, binanggit din dito ni Attorney Lopez sa last hearing na yung approach ni Vice President is compartmentalized. No? Yun yung approach niya. At sinasabi niya nga dito, and because of this procedure, which was also used by Attorney Poa in the DepEd, that's the reason why si Attorney Lopez was not consulted one way or the other pagdating po doon sa confidential funds. Mr. Antonio, ikaw yung the only person who accompanied sa land bank ni Ms. Acosta. Is this correct?
That's correct.
But a while ago, you changed your testimony na meron na kayong kasama na dalawang military guy. Am I correct?
Yes, VPSPG guard to accompany us, but it was only me and
Yes.
Miss Gina Acosta who
And
encashed
bilang
the check.
chief of staff, no, assistant, COS, you work directly under the office of Attorney Lopez. Correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. So lumalabas dito na kung walang kinalaman si Attorney Lopez sa confidential funds when he delivered this in the last hearing. So basically, may kinalaman ikaw, si Acosta, and the Vice President.
Your Honor, I would
Ano
like
what I'm
to...
trying to say is that partly you know about the confidential funds, right?
Again, Your Honor, I only know of the confidential funds because I was the one who drafted the replies to the AOM.
Yes, correct.
But prior...
Mr. Antonio, that is precisely what I'm trying to point out. That partly you know about the confidential funds.
That's
And
correct.
in accordance with what was delivered by Attorney Lopez, lumalabas that wala siyang alam at nakakaalam partly of the confidential funds, ikaw, Gina Acosta, and the President, and the Vice President. Tama?
Again, Your Honor, I would like to qualify my answer. Yes, I partially know about information on the confidential funds, but only because I drafted the replies to the AOMs. Prior to the AOMs, I do not know of the activities that where the confidential funds were used.
Yes, I understand that Mr. Antonio. Now, nung pumunta po kayo ng land bank, no, at in-encash niyo po yung pera together with Gina Acosta. Alam po ba to ni Attorney Lopez?
I'm not sure if Ms. Acosta mentioned this to...
But you are the Assistant Chief of Staff.
Yes.
And this is your responsibility to tell your boss that I'm going to encash a 125 million confidential funds. So, alam ba to ng COS ni BP?
I did not mention this one to...
So, wala siyang alam.
As far as I know, Your Honor.
So,
she
hindi
does
alam
not.
ni Lopez, ni Zoraika, that you're going to withdraw 125 million.
Personally, Your Honor, I did not mention it to her.
Bakit hindi mo sinabi?
Because the role of having to encash the check, Your Honor, is with the SDO. And this is already with the instruction or in coordination with the Vice President.
Would you agree with me that being the COS and a deputy COS, you have the responsibility all over your subordinates? Am I correct? Di ba, ako chief of staff eh. Ako responsible sa boss ko eh. Now you're going to withdraw a 125 million without you telling the chief of staff?
Again, Your Honor, I did not inform Miss Attorney Lopez during that time.
Talaga hindi nyo in-inform or itinatago nyo lamang si Attorney Lopez?
Again, Your Honor,
Wala bang information o wala bang direction o wala bang directive to protect the COS at all cost?
No, Your Honor. No.
Okay. So nung pumunta kayo sa land bank, hindi niya alam at hindi kayo hinanap ni Attorney Lopez kung bakit kayo wala sa opisina. At walang malay at walang pakialam si Suraika kung bakit wala kayo sa opisina. And when the 125 million were brought doon sa opisina, wala pa rin alam si COS. Is that what you're trying to imply to this representation?
That I cannot answer, Your Honor, but again, as mentioned earlier, during that day when we encashed the money, I did not mention it to.
So talagang
Attorney Lopez.
paninindigan nyo na si Attorney Lopez ay walang kinalaman doon sa 125 million
As far as
confidential funds.
As far as I know, Your Honor, I believe she is not aware of.
At wala
how the
siyang alam.
activities-
Kasi yun sinasabi niya, wala siyang alam sa confidential funds. Lahat. Di ba? Correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. And same way with me, Your Honor, prior to the issuance of the AOMs, I did not also know of any of the activities where the confidential funds were used.
Okay. So paninindigan niyo talaga na walang alam si Attorney Lopez. So I just wanted to show you something. Ito po ay no September 4, 2023, hearing sa Senate Committee on Finance with regard to the OPP's proposed budget for 2024. Panoodin lang po natin yung clip. In this particular segment, the Vice President Duterte was asked by Senator Risa Hontiveros about the confidential funds. Para makita po natin kung may alam po ba talaga si Attorney Lopez o wala doon sa confidential funds. Because I believe that the COS knows about all the confidential funds, especially yung pondong ito na napakalaki na pinagtatakpan nyo na wala siyang kinalaman. And remember, Mr. Ortonio, you are under oath. You are under oath. You are the assistant COS. Alam nyo na alam ng Chief of Staff ng Vice President ang confidential funds. And I will show you why. Sige, labas po natin.
Ang mga activities po na ito enumerated sa joint circular ay gagastusan ng confidential funds ng office nyo, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, it varies. Not all the activities are the same for each day and each month. The liquidation of the confidential funds includes the enumeration of the use the Office of the Vice President. The confidential funds report, the joint memorandum circular requires the confidential fund report submission to the Office of the Vice President, the Senate President, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and the Commission on Audit. And we submitted the list of activities to these offices.
Thank you, Madam VP, Mr. Chair. I'll get to the liquidation end report also later. So just to clarify, Madam VP, since confidential funds refer to those agencies related to surveillance activities undertaken by civilian government agencies, ibig po bang sabihin na yung opisina ninyo will be gathering intelligence on certain subjects or entities in support sa inyong mandates o mga operasyon, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, that is correct. As an example, we did surveillance of complaints from constituents in Bulacan with regard to the selling of OVP assistance and the selling of tupad projects in Bulacan. And there was a surveillance operation that was run by the VP SPG for about a month, and we were able to apprehend the person, and we were able to successfully prosecute the case, and that person went to jail for ilang months?
6 months.
For 6 months. So
right.
that is an example of the surveillance activities that is conducted by the VP-SPG for the projects and activities of the Office of the Vice
If you
President.
will notice in
It was
here,
in
no,
Bulacan.
Mr. Chairman, Attorney Lopez was always nodding, no, and at the same time whispering to the Vice President about the detail of the operation of the surveillance, particularly in the province of Bulacan. Having said that, no, that he was on top of the situation regarding that incident that happened in Bulacan. So much to say that alam din niya ang lahat ng detalye noong confidential funds. Now, tell me, Mr. Ortonio, walang alam si Attorney Lopez sa confidential funds?
Your Honor, if I may be allowed now to explain, I think...
Then, sagutin mo muna, then I will allow you to explain it. May alam ba si Attorney Lopez about the confidential funds? Having seen, no, yung kanilang investigation doon sa Senate about an incident, a detailed incident about the operation of the confidential funds in Bulacan, particularly. And that guy, Mr. Baloro, asa si Mr. Baloro, you were always nodding about the pronouncement of the Vice President. So may alam sila eh, di ba? Now tell me, may alam ba si Attorney Lopez? Yes or no? And then I will allow you to explain.
Your Honor, I cannot answer if Attorney Lopez knows of the activities where the confidential funds are being used.
You have
but,
seen,
but as far as
Mr.
I know,
Mr. Ortonio, you have seen that video, di ba?
yes,
The video will not lie. That the Vice President were asking about how many months, di ba? Sabi ni Attorney Lopez, 6 months. Di ba? And she was always nodding about the statements of the Vice President. So, action, di ba? That speaks louder than words, di ba? So, may alam ba siya? Wala.
again, Your Honor,
Based on what you have seen.
again, Your Honor,
Based on what you have seen.
again, Your Honor,
Meron ba siyang alam sa confidential fund, particularly on that issue?
again, Your Honor, as far as I know, she does not know of any activities as she has mentioned.
Okay, you're trying to be evasive, Mr. Ortonio. You're trying to be evasive. We are warning you.
Again, Your Honor, can I give you a little bit of context on the video that was shown? Can I, Mr. Chair?
Sige, go
Yes,
ahead.
please continue.
Yes. The matter that was shared earlier, the one kung saan na merong clip na pinakita no during the Senate hearing, that case was actually reported to the office that there was an incident where a person was pretending to be from the office of the Vice President and nangihingi ng pera sa mga recipients, and it was reported, and we were able to share it with the VP-SPG, and they were able to conduct surveillance and monitoring activities. That's the context of the clip that was shown. However, as to whether the confidential funds were used for that activities, again, I cannot answer for that, or I cannot answer if Attorney Lopez knows if that certain incident used confidential funds for the monitoring and surveillance of such incident.
Okay, I will show you a letter. Can we show the letter of the COS and also of the Assistant Chief of Staff? Sulat sa COA. Because in here, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ortonio, kayo sumulat ng letter na to, di po ba?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And your signature appears on this ano. Di po ba?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Alright. So sino nagpapirma kay Attorney Zuleika Lopez? Ikaw?
After I got information from the SDO and from the security officer, and after having drafted the reply, yes, I had it signed to our chief of staff.
So ikaw ang nagro-route ng letter na yan.
For this specific letter, Your Honor.
So it
That's
passed
correct.
through this SDO.
It did not pass through the SDO, but the information indicated in the letter came from the SDO and from the security officer, Your Honor.
So with that letter, no, signed also as well by Attorney Zuleika Lopez, may alam siya sa confidential fund.
Again, Your Honor, a little bit of context. She may know because of the information that was shared, but
She may know.
because of the
Because she signed the ano,
yes,
di ba?
yes. That's,
So, hindi mo pa rin sabihin sa amin na alam niya yung pinirmahan niya? Her being a lawyer?
yes, Your Honor. Alam niya
You
kung
drafted this letter?
yes, I was the one who drafted the letter po.
So,
Your
hindi si Zuleika nag-draft nito, kundi ikaw?
Honor. No, Your Honor.
And then pinapirma mo sa kanya? Without
Yes, Your
that, her reading the content of the letter?
I'm sure, Your Honor, she read the letter.
So, alam niya. O
Again,
kasi sabi mo, I'm sure, she read the letter. So, alam niya.
Yes.
So, may alam siya sa confidential fund.
I believe, Your Honor, based on the letter reply that we drafted,
So, may alam siya.
based on the letter
And that's the
that we
reason why I'm
drafted,
asking you a while ago kung meron siyang alam. And now, in this letter, you agree with me that she knows about the confidential fund. So, in other words, Mr. Tonyo, Attorney Lopez was lying.
Your Honor, I cannot say that Attorney Lopez lied.
Sinabi mo na kanina na may nabasa niya eh. Kung nabasa niya, alam na niya ang content. Hindi naman bobo si Attorney Lopez eh.
Yes,
She's an intelligent woman. Lawyer nga eh.
yes,
Eh, di ba? And the one that, I think when ako na-involve 125 million, I will read it diligently, di ba? Kasi it involves a lot of money. Di ba? Alam mo, Mr. Ortonio, alam na alam namin na nagsisinungaling ka. Pero nagpipigil lang po kami. Ayaw na po namin mag-cite ng in contempt dito. Pero, ramdam na ramdam po namin ang pagsisinungaling niyo. Huwag na po. Tigilan na po natin. And kayo na rin nagsabi na alam niya. Di ba? Nabasa niya eh. Di ba?
Na kung sila daw ay itinuring natin mga bagong bayani para sa mga OFW. Kayo sa mga legit na vloggers na parang katotohanan lamang.
Alam niya ang confidential fund, then she was lying. Yes?
she knows of the information, Your Honor, after the fact po. After the fact.
Alright. Mr. Chairman, medyo wala na po akong samud. I'll be yielding other questions. Panay kasi sinungalingan na po, nadidinig natin. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Kong Dan. Next to interpolate is Congressman Valeriano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kay Mr. Ortonio ulit. Good evening, sir. Mr. Ortonio, you wrote an undated letter to the committee in response to the invitation sent to you for the November 20 hearing. Tama po, correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
And you provided an explanation on why you did not attend the hearing prior to November 20.
Yes,
Correct.
that's correct, Your Honor.
And the reason you provided was that due to a pre-scheduled official travel that was of equal importance and which needed attention, considering the numerous activities that the OBP will be conducted in a few weeks. Tama?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Ortonio, where in particular did you go during your travel?
Initially, Your Honor, I was supposed to go to several sites within Visayas and Mindanao.
Suppose.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor. I was supposed to visit several sites in Visayas and Mindanao. I traveled to Cebu on November 11 in the morning, set to visit our satellite office. However, upon arrival in Cebu, I got the information already that I was already cited in contempt and an order of arrest was already issued to me. And because of fear of my safety, immediately in the afternoon, I thought of having to go to the safest place I could think of. So I traveled to Davao.
It
And
was November.
that's November 11. November 11.
November 11.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
And you have a travel authority, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
As the head of the OBP, it was BP Duterte who granted your travel authority.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Aside from BP Duterte, sino ba po yung ibang signatory sa travel authorities?
It's just the Vice President.
Nakita ko na minsan, pati kayo yata, pumipirma rin pag sa baba.
Yes, for travel authorities, for division heads down, it's me who signs their
So
travel authority.
when was the travel authority issued? Yung sa inyo po.
If I can recall, it's issued on November 6.
November 6. And no destination, just various places nakalagay.
Various places, Your Honor, because I was set to visit several sites within Visayas and Mindanao.
Okay, and the period stated in your travel authorities from November what?
From November 11 to 15.
To 15.
15, that's correct.
And in your letter, sabi niyo po, you hope that the arrest order and contempt order issue against you be lifted.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Ortonio, you have not attended any of the hearings of this committee, except now.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And you know, Mr. Ortonio, that the arrest order and contempt order were issued against you because of your non-attendance to the hearing of this committee. Tama po?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So how do you expect that the committee will lift the arrest order against you? Hindi pa po kayo uma-attend.
Your Honor, if I may be given a chance to explain. So I wasn't able to attend the November 11 committee hearing. Again, based on the reason that I have cited. However, if you can remember, I also sent a commitment that I was supposed to
attend on November
20.
Yes, and you did not attend.
I was not able to attend, Your Honor, because if I may be able to properly explain the reason behind my non-attendance last
Sige po.
November 20. If you may allow, I prepared a short narrative for me to read, Your Honor. Would that be
Mr.
possible?
Chair, is that possible? On why he did not attend the hearing.
1 minute recess.
I can just read the gist na lang po. Yes.
Session resume. Mr. Tonyo.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. On the day of the hearing, I was fully prepared to participate and present myself before the committee, despite the arrest order issued to me. However, the night before the hearing, I received a call from one of my colleagues who also had a summon. She was in distress, on the verge of a major emotional breakdown.
You're talking of Ms. Acosta?
Yes, Your Honor. and contemplating self-harm because of the stress that the hearings have brought upon her. She sought my support, pleading for me to accompany her instead in the next hearing, which is today. That night, while I reassured her of my support despite my decision to still attend the hearing, her emotional and psychological state weighed heavily on my mind. On the morning of the hearing, I checked on her again, and she once again expressed her plea for me to accompany her in the next hearing scheduled instead. It was a difficult decision, but as someone preparing to serve in the mental health profession, I felt compelled to choose the path that safeguarded the life and emotional stability of another person. It was unfortunate that my decision on that day was at the cost of my commitment to attend the hearing. I was pressed with a moral dilemma, and the decision not to attend was born of conscience and welfare of another. So
Sige po.
in gist, Your Honor, that's the reason why I was not able to
Last November 20.
attend last November 10, 20.
Sige po. Okay. Kayo po ay Assistant Secretary at Assistant COS, Chief of Staff sa OBP. Tama po.
That's correct, Your Honor.
When were you appointed?
I was appointed July 1, 2022.
How did you apply or to secure your position?
I was one of those former city government officials from Davao who joined the vice president.
You're from
when she-
Davao.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So, would it be correct to say na yung top official ng OBP ay nahati sa dalawang klasifikasyon? One is yung mga talagang ando na, dinatman nyo na, and the other is from Davao.
Yes, there were some of us who came from Davao, sir.
I mean, kasama ni Vice President pagpunta ng OBP.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
So, you confirm na dati kang taga Davao LGU?
Yes, I used to be an employee from the city government of
So,
Davao.
kasama mo si Vice President pagdating mo ng Office of the Vice President. Tama po?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Gaano kayo katagal nagtrabaho sa Davao LGU?
I've been with the city government since 2008. So 2008 up until 2013, and then 2016 to 2022. So that's about roughly around mga 12 years siguro, Your Honor.
Ano-ano po yung naging posisyon nyo sa Davao nung nandun kayo?
I was first her chief of staff when she was the vice mayor, and then for her first term as city mayor, I was her chief of staff. And then when she returned to service as mayor in 2016, I came in as the officer in charge of the Davao City Investment Promotion Center. And then in 2019, I was appointed as department head for the Human Resource Management Office of the city government.
Up to 2022?
Up to 2022.
And in 2022, when she became Vice President, naging Assistant COS na po kayo.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So ano po yung task nyo bilang Assistant Chief of Staff?
My role as Assistant Chief of Staff, I provide overall supervision for the internal affairs of the Office of the Vice President. So that includes the overseeing the administrative and financial services in the Strategy Management Office together with the two directors under it.
So, would it be correct na as Assistant COS, you hold the position of trust and confidence sa OBP?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe so.
Pinagkakatiwalaan po kayo ni Vice President sa mga sensitibong bagay. Tama po ba? As Assistant COS.
That's correct, Your Honor.
At kasama rito yung sa budget and expenditure. Di po ba?
That's part of my role, Your Honor,
That's
as the
part of your
assistant,
role.
as Assistant Chief of Staff.
So maraming delegated authority sa inyo, kagaya ng approving authority for disbursement beyond 1 million.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Nakaban po kayo dun no? Hindi.
As signatory, no, Your Honor. As signatory, no.
So, pwede nating
Just a quick correction, Your Honor. Yes.
Yes.
As
Under ba?
authorized signatory. Yes.
So, pwede natin sabihin parang alter ego po kayo ni Vice President.
I wouldn't say that alter ego, but more of there are certain tasks that are entrusted upon me.
Sige po. Sabi nyo, nag-o-oversee kayo ng internal and administrative affairs ng opisina, including matters involving the OBP's Bid and Awards Committee.
That's correct,
Kasama
Your
po
Honor.
yun.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Ano po ibig sabihin nyo na nag-o-oversee kayo ng Bids and Awards Committee ng OBP?
I'm the chair for the Bids and Awards Committee for the Office of the Vice President.
You're the chair.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Hindi po ba yun yung head of procuring agency o yung HOPE?
No, Your Honor. That's
Iba pa yun.
It's a different role po, Your Honor.
So despite the fact that meron pa ring HOPE,
Yes, we do have a hope at the Office of the Vice President.
but you are the overall in charge sa Bids and Awards Committee.
Just for the Bids and Awards Committee, I'm the chair po.
Hindi po ba ano to, if this is in violation of the Government Procurement Act, dahil meron ng HOPE, meron pa ring overall in charge. Ha? In fact, Mr. Antonio, for an Assistant Chief of Staff, you seem very involved sa madaming fund-related matters ng OBP. From budget preparation to procurement, to disbursement, and even sa liquidation of confidential expenses. Tama po ba? After all, ano to? Internal affairs to.
I'll address the comment, Your Honor, in three parts po. Number one, on the matter of what you mentioned, if it's not inconsistent in terms, if there is a violation because there's a back chair and a hope, that's a standard for all government offices po, Your Honor. There's a back chair and then there's a head of procuring entity.
Overseeing the
Mr. Chair, with due respect, with the indulgence, with due respect, Congressman Valeriano, may I just go back to a few questions that Congressman Valeriano asked Mr. Antonio?
Cong Valeriano? Okay lang. Go ahead, Congressman Sia.
Hello? Yes. Is it, tama po ba yung pagkadinig ko when Congressman asked you about the reason why you did not attend the previous hearing, that you went to a safest place in Davao?
That was for the November 11
Hearing.
That's correct, Your Honor. That's
So-
for the November 11.
So it's not about the travel order that you secured from your principal, from the Vice President.
I'd like to just provide a recap po. I have a travel order signed on November 6. So I am set to attend several activities in Visayas and Mindanao from November 11 to 15. I flew to Cebu on November 11 in the morning, but upon arrival in Cebu and ready to proceed already with all the activities that I needed to do, but when I arrived in Cebu, I already got the information that an arrest order has already been issued to me. And because of the arrest
because
order,
of the non-attendance, because of your non-attendance in the previous committee hearings,
That's
the
correct.
reason why we issue the arrest order. But you mentioned about going to the safest place
yes,
in Davao.
because
Are you, let me ask, kasi gusto ko lang po pagtagpiin, no, Mr. Antonio. Miss Sanchez, you said earlier that the absence of Mr. Antonio was due to the travel order that was issued for them or to them.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
Go ahead.
okay.
gusto ko lang malaman yung eksaktong konteksto.
I did not state that, but I only reported that there was a travel order issued.
On the date that Mr. Antonio mentioned.
The coverage of the travel order is what Mr. Antonio mentioned.
So can you categorically state to this committee
that you weren't to the you went in hiding because of the arrest order and not precisely because of the travel order. That's why you were not attending this committee hearing. I just want to put that into proper context.
If I may, Your Honor,
Kasi dalawang issue po yan eh. You were went to the safest place. The implication and the way I understood it is you were afraid and that's why you were hiding. And not so much because of your travel order officially that you are attending a specific activity, which is which.
Okay. Just to give a brief explanation, Your Honor, I intended really to attend to all the activities that were assigned to me for November 11 to 15. I intended to complete all those activities. However, when I arrived in Cebu, I already got information of the arrest order, and human nature and someone who is not used to being to having been issued with an arrest order, automatic human instinct is that I needed to keep myself safe. So immediately on that day, I tried to look for a flight for me to be able to fly to Davao.
So
So on that day, in the late afternoon, I flew to Davao. But
okay, so I get you there. So your absence on the November 11 was due to the fear that you felt and not so much about the travel order.
no, Your Honor, it's really more on the travel order because the travel order was already issued to me November 6 pa po. That was before we got the
Until when is the
subpoena.
travel order pala?
It's
Mr. Antonio?
11 to 15. November 11 to 15.
Okay. Just want to be clarified, Mr. Chair, because doon ako naguluhan. Gusto ko lang malaman kung ano yung absence ni Mr. Antonio kasi ang reason that was given to this committee is because you were given issue the travel order.
Travel order. It's for the travel order, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kong Sia, Congressman Valeriano.
Thank you, Chairman. Meron po akong pakikita sa ComSec, paki-plus nga po yung letter. Can you confirm po na kung kayo nakapirma dito sa documents? Yan po, letter to DBM dated September 19, 2022 in connection with the request for augmentation of budget including confidential fund. Sign Limuel G. Ortonio. Kayo po yan.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Another statement of appropriation allotment. Ayan po. Kayo rin po.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Sige po, pakiroll lang. Financial Accountability Report as of October 18, 2022. Kayo rin po.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Request for authority to open bank account. Again. Disbursement butcher for confidential fund, 125 million per butcher sign. Ortonio. Kayo rin po.
That's correct, Your Honor.
The check. Okay. Sige pa, Comsec. Yan po. Would you confirm that you were also involved in responding to the COA observation of the OBP's liquidation of its confidential fund?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Involved din po kayo ron sa explanation.
Yes, I drafted the replies to the COA's AOM.
So kayo po.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kayo ang pumirma ng disbursement voucher na yan. Ikaw rin ba nag-determine na sa allotted amount sa inyo ay kukunin nyo yung 125 million bawat quarter?
Your Honor, that was the proposed budget allocation for the confidential funds, Your Honor.
Who proposed it?
It's the office na po. It's an organization request, Your Honor.
Ano po yung basihan nyo sa 125 million per quarter? Kasi kayo nakapirma ron eh.
Can you give me a few minutes lang po, Your Honor? Just
Mr.
to check
Chair?
with our finance.
Mr. Chair, the resource speak person is asking for a suspension. Mr. Chair, suspension daw. 1 minute suspension.
1 minute suspension.
Sige.
Session will now resume.
Sige pa, Mr. Ortonio. Kasi kayo'y Assistant Chief of Staff, hindi naman kayo yung SDO, di po ba?
That's correct, Your
Or
Honor.
does it mean na kapag mula sa iyo yung request, utos to ng Vice President?
Uh,
Being the Assistant Chief of Staff?
yes, that's based on a request, based
Salamat
on
po.
instruction. Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
So, noong August 22, kakaupo lang ni Vice President, nag-request kayo sa OBP ng budget augmentation which included a request for confidential fund. Tama po?
That's correct, Your Honor.
At that time, wala namang naka-appropriate na confidential fund sa OBP under the GAA 2022. Tama.
That's correct, Your Honor.
In fact, walang appropriation for confidential fund ang OBP sa GAA ng buong administrasyon ni dating Vice President Leni Robredo for the past 6 years. Wala silang confidential fund. Tama po?
Based on the information, Your Honor,
Wala.
no, Your Honor.
Kahit sa pamumuno ng dating Vice President Jojo Binay, siguro isang beses nagkaroon.
Based on the records that we have on file, Your Honor, they
Meron
did
isa.
have, yes.
So, masasabi natin na nung nag-request kayo ng confidential fund para sa OBP, walang ganong experience yung mga nandyan na gaya nila Chief Accountant Villa Del Rey, Director Rosalind Sanchez. Kumbaga, yung ins and out ng confidential fund, hindi nila masyadong kabisado dahil wala namang confidential fund ng Vice President before. Tama po?
I cannot fully answer for that one, Your Honor. Maybe some of those who were with the previous vice presidents may be able to.
Pero ang may
answer.
karanasan dito sa confidential fund, yung mga galing ng Davao Group tulad ni Yusek Sulaika Lopez, ikaw, Miss Acosta, tama po ba? Dahil may confidential fund na sa Davao, then you go to OBP, tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Naalala niyo po ba tong letter na to? September 19, Comsec, paki-plus nga po. Pinadala niyo sa DBM, kayo rin po yung nakapirma dito.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Isa sa mga attachments sa letter na ito, yung physical and financial plan. Tama po?
That's correct,
At
Your Honor.
ang physical and financial plan na ito ay ginagamit bilang supporting docs para sa 250 million request for confidential pa ng OBP noong 2022.
That's that,
At ito po ay
That's correct, Your Honor.
ito ay pirmado and approved by Vice President Sara Duterte.
the physical and financial plan, Your
Yes.
Honor. That's correct.
Nakasaad po doon na ang 250 million na confidential fund ay gagamitin sa fourth quarter ng 2022 para sa good governance program ng OBP. Tama po?
That's correct, Your Honor, based on the document that was given to us.
Ibig sabihin, 250 million sa loob ng 3 months, yung estimate nyo, or 90 days, fourth quarter ng 2022. Tama po?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Kong Valeriano, meron lang ako in connection sa mga tanong mo kay Mr. Tonyo. Mr. Tonyo, bakit ikaw ang napiling mas pumipirma ng mga dokumento? Ikaw yung Assistant Chief of Staff. Bakit si Attorney Sulaika hindi siya yung nabigyan ng responsibilidad na pumirma ng mga vouchers na katulad ng mga pinipirmahan mo? Bakit?
For all finance related documents, it's the Assistant Chief of Staff because part of the roles that the Assistant Chief of Staff handles is on the overseeing the admin and financial services of the office.
Please continue, Congressman Valeriano.
Okay, sino po yung nag-estimate ng 250 million para sa last quarter? Si Gina Acosta po ba o kayo? Or si Vice President?
As far as I know, the physical and financial plan was prepared by by Miss Gina Acosta, and as far as I know, maybe in coordination with the safety officer. But it's prepared by Miss Gina Acosta.
In coordination with the?
Safety officer, I
Sino,
presume.
sino po yung safety officer?
It's Colonel Lachica po.
So, ano po yung amount ng confidential ba na naibigay? Yung original request nyo is 250.
250.
Ang naibigay is 125
It's
million.
125, Your Honor.
So, kung tutusin, kalahati nung request niya po ng
That's-
250.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So, using the period projected for the 250 million request for 90 days or 3 months, using the same estimation, mauubos niya yung 125 sa kalahati nung 3 months, so 45 days. Tama po?
Based on the documents that were presented, it can be assumed that way po.
Ganon. Pero, naubos niya ng 11 days yung 125. Tama po?
Based on the documents, Your Honor,
Based sa accomplishment report nyo na sinabit ng OBP, nakalagay doon ang covered ng 125 is from December 21 to 31 or 11 days, yung 125 million instead of 45 days.
based on the documents that were presented, Your Honor, yes.
Ibig sabihin dito, sa dami ng confidential activities na naikandak sa loob ng 11 days, na-exhaust nyo yung 125 million o kalahati ng estimated cost. Dapat yung 45 days po, di ba? Yung worth ng confidential activities. Pero you consume it for 11 days. Tama po?
Based on the documents, Your Honor, yes. However, for the explanation...
Based on the documents.
Based on the documents presented, Your Honor. But on the implementation, I won't be able to answer for it, Your Honor.
Sige po. Doon tayo sa rental of safe houses. Sa fourth quarter, rental of safe houses amounting to 16 million of the 125 million total confidential fund. May 34 acknowledgement receipt for rental of safe houses po for 2022. Ayon sa report ng OBP, nagastos itong 16 million nito in a span of 11 days. Tama? Based on your documents.
Based on the documents, Your Honor, yes. But on the particulars of it, Your Honor, again, I won't be able to provide further information on that one.
Sige po. So, kasi nakakagulat lang yung amount na involved eh. Pinakamura do sa rental ng safe house for 11 days is 250,000. So kung hatiin mo sa 11 days, parang 22,000 per day ang rentals. Based on your documents. Tama po.
I cannot provide a specific answer on that, Your Honor. Maybe the...
That is based on the documents you submitted to the COA.
But I cannot answer, Your Honor, in terms of the computation that was mentioned. Maybe it's the safety officer who can properly provide such information.
Sige po. Punta tayo doon sa acknowledgement receipt na pinakamahal, yung pinakamataas. 1 million divided by 11 days equals 90,000 per day. So, mahal po ito. Parang luxury hotel o mas mahal pa. Anyway, pero sa sulat ng OBP to DBM ukol sa request nito for augmentation ng 2022, kasama na yung sulat na kayo po ang nakapirma, wala namang na-mention doon na gagamit ng safe houses ang OBP. Sabi nga po sa letter, noong August 2022, ang nare-request na confidential fund ay para sa safe implementation of the various projects and activities under the Good Governance Program and the conduct of official engagement and functional representation in international and domestic events. Tama po. Yun ang nakalagay.
Based on the PFP that we submitted, Your Honor.
Ano po ba ibig sabihin ng Good Governance Program? Ano po pagkakaintindi nyo ron?
Good Governance Program, Your Honor, that's the programs, activities, and projects. That's the name of the programs, activities, and projects for the OVP for the year 2022. That covers for all the programs that we have that we are implementing. And during that year, some of the activities under the Good Governance Program of the OVP covers the Medical and Burial Assistance Program and the Disaster Operations Program, to name a few.
Burial and medicine.
Medical and Burial
Medical.
Assistance
So-
that falls under the Good Governance Program for 2022.
So how does this Good Governance Program relate to the 16 million rental of safe houses under confidential funds of the OVP?
Again, Your Honor, as to the
That is based on the documents you submitted.
again, Your Honor, on the spending of the confidential funds, I won't be able to provide you with an answer because I'm not privy to how the confidential funds were utilized. I only know of the confidential funds based on the documents that were presented to me when the AOM was issued to us and all the preliminary documentation.
Pero kayo po ang nag-request lahat. Kayo nakapirma doon sa lahat ng letter.
Yes, ako po ang nag-sign, Your Honor, but as to the details on how it will be implemented, there's a designated security officer to handle it. So I won't be able to provide the specific details for this one.
Pero nung panahon po ng previous administration kay Vice President Leni Robredo, meron na rin good governance program.
That's
Pero-
correct, Your Honor.
Pero wala pong, hindi nangailangan ng confidential fund. Tama?
I cannot answer for the previous administration, Your Honor. I would not know the wisdom behind why they do not have the confidential funds, Your Honor.
Alam nyo, nakakapagtaka po sa safe houses ng OBP. Consistently from December 2022 through the first 3 quarters of 2023, merong confidential expenses for rental of safe houses. Alam niyo po yun. Sa first quarter ng 2023, nireport ulit ng OBP na gumastos raw ng 16 million again for safe houses.
Based on the documents.
Based on the
that-
document, tama po.
Yes, Your Honor. But again, as to the particulars on how it was spent, I would not be able to provide information, Your Honor.
Sa second quarter ng 2023, the same 16 million for safe houses. Based on the documents you submitted. Tama po.
Based on the documents, Your Honor, that I saw, yes, Your Honor. But again, as to the particulars, I won't be able to provide you with information on this one.
Sa third quarter, ang ginastos is 5 million for safe houses.
As to the third quarter, Your Honor, I'm not familiar because so far we haven't received any AOM, so I am not familiar with the accomplishment report for the third quarter.
Pero nung fourth quarter, wala ng confidential fund ng 2023 po, di ba?
As far as I know, Your Honor, there was no utilization on confidential funds.
So what
for the
happened to
fourth
the rental of safe houses? Paano po yung mga nagre-renta na iniwan nyo na lang?
Again, Your Honor, I cannot provide answer on that one. Maybe it's the security officer who can provide further information on this one. I'm not familiar on the operations on the ground, Your Honor.
Sige po. Tumulong kayo personally sa pagsabit sa COA ng mga acknowledgement receipt. Di ba? Bilang patunay sa paggastos ng confidential fund mula fourth quarter ng 2022, yung bago pa lang kayo upo nun, hanggang third quarter of 2023. Tama po?
Your Honor, can I be clarified as to the word na tumulong? Can I
Sige
be
po.
clarified on that one?
Kasama kayo sa gumawa ng mga acknowledgement, sa pagsasubmit.
I submitted the documents, Your Honor, because I'm the designated liaison officer. So, to that extent, Your Honor, yes, I submitted the documents.
Kayo ang nagsubmit po.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you are therefore aware na noong unang sinabit o accomplishment report at liquidation report para sa fourth quarter ng 2022 ng confidential fund, wala itong kasamang mga acknowledgement receipt o tinatawag na documents evidencing payment. Yung 2022 last quarter, wala pa.
For 2022, Your Honor, that's correct, Your Honor. And that's also subject to the one of the items that
Yes.
was raised in the AOM.
So when did the OBP receive the audit observation memorandum for the liquidation of its fourth quarter 2022 confidential fund? Sa last quarter po ng 2023 na ito na isubmit. 2023 na. Tama?
We received two AOMs in relation to the 2022 confidential funds. We received one dated September 14 and another one dated October
2023.
2023. Sorry. And another one dated October 3, 2023.
And that is the time na naisubmit nyo lang po yung mga evidence nyo. Yung tama?
Based on the AOM, on these two AOMs, that was the time that we submitted the documentary evidence of payments as provided by those who operated on the field.
Sige po. Ngayon, kung namamonitor nyo yung hearing, may ilang observation dito sa acknowledgement receipt na sinabit ng OBP. Hindi lang sa fourth quarter ng 2022, pero pati na rin sa first to third quarter ng 2023. Unang-unang kapansin-pansin po yung madaming acknowledgement receipt ng fourth quarter 2022 na ang pecha ay December 2023. More than 100 AR o acknowledgement receipt. Yung ganito, pagkakaalala ko kung tama. Pero sinabi nyo na inadvertence lang yun na isulat na taon na 2023 instead of 2022. Tama po?
That's correct, Your Honor, based on the information that was shared to us by the security officer and the SDO.
Sige. Pero nakakapagtaka lang kung bakit nagkakamali ang tao masulat instead of next year, instead of present year. Kung past year ang naisulat, maintindihan ko pa sana pero sobra na. Pangalawa, siguro narinig nyo na rin po yung observation na may mga iilang acknowledgement receipt na tila sinulatan o pinirman, nilagdaan gamit ang kakaibang pen ink na mukhang fountain pen pa yata ito. Narinig nyo na po yun?
I heard of that in the previous hearings, Your Honor.
Comsec, ano nga po? Papakita ko po sa inyo. Nakita niyo po?
Yes, Your Honor.
You would agree with me that this acknowledgement receipt appears to be written with the same color of ink.
Your Honor, I'm not sure, but I think the image is...
Pare-parehas po. And this color is distinct shade of blue na almost black, parang may gradient po siya. Pakitingnan niya po.
Sorry, Your Honor, the way I see it, it's black ink.
Papakita ko po sa inyo. I'm showing you a picture of distinct fountain pen ink. It's called Prussian blue.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay.
Nakita niyo po? Do you confirm that this is the same or very similar colors, the ones in the acknowledgement receipt I showed you before? Pakibigyan siya nung hard copy. Nakita niyo po? In fact, it's similar to the pen ink you use. Comsec, yung slide po. Mr. Chair, that's all.
Congressman, tapos ka na?
Tapos yun na.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, but what was that? There was something that was flashed a while ago. Ano po yun?
Pakita po uli yung flash.
Ulit yung slide.
Yeah. So, hindi, no. Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but I just saw this. So, the pen, pakibalik po. Nawala po, ma'am, sir.
Congresswoman Garin, you are recognized.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, of course, with due courtesy kay Mr. Lemuel Ortonio, lumalabas po kasi dito sa isang sulat niya, ang ginamit na pampirma is, what do you call that? Parang fountain pen? Anong tawag doon?
Parang sign pen ba yan? Ano yan?
Hindi eh.
Fountain pen?
Fountain pen. Yung kulay, which is quite unusual, at yung klase ng ballpen na tila rin hindi pangkaraniwan, ay parang kapareho doon sa mga petsa at mga pirma doon sa acknowledgement receipt. Tama po ba, Mr. Chair, yung nakikita ng aking mga mata?
Who do you want to address the question?
Tama po yung nakikita ng aking mga mata, the other members. For that, Mr. Chair, can I move further? Sir Lemuel, ito po ba ay kapareho ng ballpen na ginamit mo? Yung ballpen ba na ginamit ng mga pumirma at nagsulat ng petsa ng acknowledgement receipts ay kapareho dun sa ballpen na pinipirma mo?
Mr. Lemuel?
Yes. Your Honor, maybe before I answer the question, can I respectfully request the committee if we can just take down my signature because I believe the committee hearing currently is public and I'm afraid that merong baka it would parang may data privacy issue, but I will answer.
Yeah, Mr.
But I will
Chair,
answer.
can we request to stop showing this
Yes.
document? Anyway, naitanong ko na po. Our apologies for that, Mr.
Thank
Orton.
you, Your Honor. I'm not familiar with the acknowledgement receipts that was shown. I haven't seen.
Ano po,
I'm not
Mr.
familiar.
Chair, yung ginagamit yung pampirma?
I actually have samples here. This year, I changed the pen that I have been using.
Pwede mo pang may pakita yung fountain
It's
pen?
this one. It's not a fountain pen, but it's a felt tip pen po.
Okay, at ang kulay niya ay ano po?
The color is deep indigo.
Yung pirma po kanina, Mr. Chair, anong taon yon?
2023. If
So-
I'm not mistaken, yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, Mr. Ortonio, ano pong ginagamit yung pangpirma noong 2023?
2023, I've been using, it's a blue pen. Sometimes I still use it for writing. It's,
Ayan po, yan ata
This
yung pen na galing ng PSDBM, di ba? Pero mukhang hindi
It's a
po
pilot.
yan ang lumalabas sa pirma mo kanina.
because that was my signature, I believe, for one of my replies in one of the invitations here sa committee.
So sige, diretsuin ko na lang, Mr. Chair. Ano yung ginamit mong pen sa pirma mo nung dokumentong pinakita?
It's this one. It's my felt tip pen po.
What do you call it?
It's a felt tip pen.
Felt tip pen. So, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure, no, because we are not penmanship experts here. Baka meron naman tayong acknowledgement receipt dyan. Pwede bang makasulat ng konti si Mr. Ortonio using that pen para lang makita natin yung shade? If that is
Comsec, pwede
possible.
po ba pakibigyan ng ano?
Mr. Chair, and in addition to what Congresswoman Garin is saying, pati po si COS Sulaika Lopez gumagamit din ng fountain pen na may ink na blue. Tama po.
That's correct, Your Honor. Sorry, Your Honor. It's not a fountain pen, if I can recall, for ZTL's signature. I think it's also a felt tip pen. I can remember it's a slim pen. So
Okay,
it's not a
Mr. Chair,
fountain pen.
can I have an additional question? Sa Office of the Vice President po, or sa Department of Education, sino-sino po ang gumagamit ng felt tip pen? Pasensya na po, bago ko lang po kasi narinig yun. Yeah, so, Mr. Chair, parang ang medyo magkapareho ng klase ng pen ang ginagamit ni Attorney Zulaika Lopez at ni Ginoong Lemuel Ortonio. So, Mr. Chair, my pending question is, Sir Lemuel, sa OVP po at sa Department of Education, sino-sino pa po ang gumagamit ng ganitong klaseng pen?
For the OVP, Your Honor, I'm not sure who else uses a felt tip pen when they sign documents, but I do sign using felt tip pens starting this year.
Sino-sino pa po ang gumagamit ng ganyang klaseng pen? Ikaw, si
And then-
Attorney Zulaika Lopez, sino pa po?
And then from time to time, it's Attorney Laika Lopez. And the others, I'm not familiar anymore.
How about the Vice President?
The Vice President uses a different pen po when she signs.
So more or
documents.
less sa pagkakaalam nyo, kayong dalawa lang ni Attorney Lopez ang gumagamit ng ganitong pen.
That's correct, Your Honor.
From the DepEd, Mr. Chair, baka matanong natin si Ma'am Farda.
Good evening, ma'am. I have
Before
no...
I recognize
sorry.
Ma'am Paharda, Sunshine, the Chair would like to recognize the Honorable Robert Ace Barbers from the 2nd District of Surigao del Norte. Please continue,
Mr. Chair, thank you,
Ms.
Mr.
Sunshine
Chair.
Parda.
As to your question, Honorable Garin, I have no knowledge po kung sino ang gumagamit or kung may gumagamit po ba ng felt tip pen sa Department of Education. It's also my first time to hear of such a pen po.
So, Mr. Chair, I haven't really seen some of the acknowledgement receipts. Sa mga acknowledgement receipts, meron po bang ganito kataba yung sulat? Sa mga acknowledgement receipt po in the possession of our committee secretariat, meron bang mga pirma o mga sulat na ganito kataba, kapareho ng pirma at sulat ni Ma'am Zulaika Lopez at ni Ginoong Lemuel Ortonio? Maybe the COMSEC can answer, Mr. Chair. So may I repeat my question? Sa mga acknowledgement receipts that are in the possession of the committee secretariat, meron po bang mga sulat, pirma, or sulat ng petsa na kasing taba nitong klase ng ballpen ni Ma'am Zulaika Lopez at ni Ginoong Lemuel Ortonio, yung sulat at yung kulay?
Comsec.
Your Honor, per initial observation, yes.
In a scale of 1 to 100%, ilang porsyento po ang kapareho? Kalahati, more, or almost all?
Almost all, Your Honor. Highly probable. Even sa with nung kanilang penmanship, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, ma'am. So, Mr. Chair, ulitin ko lang. Ang isang nakita natin nakakapagtaka dito, yung mga acknowledgement receipt, ibig sabihin yung mga pirma at petsa na kuno na bigyan ng pera, ay kapareho yung taba, kulay ng sulat ng special na klaseng ballpen na ang tanging gumagamit lang po, pasensya na po, ay si Mr. Lemuel Ortonio at si Zulaika Lopez. We have that very high probability, Mr. Chair, na posible po na ang acknowledgement receipt ay ginawa baka no, ni Attorney Zulaika Lopez at ni Sir Lemuel Ortonio. Mr. Ortonio, are you categorically denying na meron kang kinalaman sa mga acknowledgement receipts na ito?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor. I have nothing to do with the acknowledgement receipts.
Paano po naging ganito na yung taba at kulay at sulat ng mga acknowledgement receipts, including yung petsa, ay parang hawig ng ballpen na taming ikaw lang at si Attorney Zulaika Lopez ang gumagamit?
I do not know how to explain that, Your Honor,
But do you admit that that is a ballpen that is not usually used by common people?
I'm not so sure, Your Honor, because I actually got this from a known na shop, Japanese shop, and they sell it by marami silang sinisell na ganito. So I'm
So
not sure.
nirigalo siya or binili?
No, I buy it. Oo.
Nirigalo mo rin kay Ma'am Zulaika?
No,
Or
Your
binili niya
Honor.
rin separately?
I'm not sure if we're using the same brand, Your Honor.
Pero sa mga taong nakakahalubilo mo, kunyari ngayon o sa buong room na ito, masasabi ba natin ikaw lang ang gumagamit ng ganyang klaseng ballpen?
I cannot say.
Mr. Chair, may I ask everybody in the room, meron bang ballpen na kapareho yung kulay, shade ng ginagamit ni Mr. Ortonio? Nobody is raising their hands. So, kasi Mr. Chair, ako medyo umiikot ako no, sa ilang mga meetings, events, and advocacy meetings sa mga even in the urban and rural centers. Medyo hindi po pangkaraniwan na ginagamit ng mga empleyado o yung mga inuutusan natin sa field na pumirma na acknowledgement receipt na halos pare-pareho ang taba ng letra, ang kulay ng hindi pangkaraniwan na ballpen na ito. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congresswoman Garin. The Chair would like to acknowledge the next interpellator, the Honorable Jude Asidre.
Sa muli, magandang gabi po, Mr. Chair.